Going to go to roll call, starting at the end.
Will Ferrari present.
Christy Chong present.
Sally Hunt.
Colin Conklin present.
Cheryl Lucero.
Kathy Middlestat.
All right, we will go to board member liaisons. No special announcements, right?
No, ma'am, I have none.
Yep, okay. Board member liaison.
No
reports.
updates for today.
I also have nothing today.
The only liaison update would be from the Carver Center. Their last meeting discussed officers, purpose. There's a SWAT meeting coming up, so not really anything detailed to present today, but it was a good quarterly meeting. That's it for me.
Dr. Cobb.
No update, just that the Florida School Board Association's conference was great. A lot of great workshops. The Small District School Consortium, I believe Chris Doolan sent out that packet to all of you. I was going to drag back packets for you, but electronically they are all there, so I would recommend spending some time. He provides a really great overview and some budget notes, and I know that we have got the Sarah brothers here today that are going to give us a deep dive into the legislative results of the session.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, the most of mine don't meet, which is kind of nice for the summer for me, but I have Flagler Auditorium Governance Board, which does continue to meet. They went over their financial report, which is very sound, and they're stable for the 23-24 school year. The board's new marketing group is really studying the analytics of email contacts, and they're using a group called Hive. And I was impressed with what I saw. So if any of you have a chance to look at what they can do electronically with contacts and openings, and it's interesting to sell tickets. It's going to help them a great deal. The board was asking the school board soon, they're going to ask for another position. It's a position they had here years ago, and it's called a patron of developing and fundraising, and they are going to need that back now to do more promotion. We just need to approve the position. They finance it. It's not going to be of any additional cost to us, so that's coming. You'll see that in the 23-24 budget cycle. And finally, the other thing that they're going to be coming to us soon is they need new speakers in the auditorium. The speakers that we currently have are very poor. They're shot. And to get the speakers that they really would like for the shows that they put on, it's double the cost. The normal speakers would be $150,000, and the new speakers are to be $300,000. So they're looking to partner with this district for they'll contribute the additional $150,000, so it just cost the school district what it would have cost them to replace them anyway. So that's coming up too, so just tuck that away, but it's coming. That's it, that's all that I have. All right, agenda additions and changes. Superintendent Middlestat.
Madam Chair, I think you spoke with Interim Superintendent Ms. Moore. 601 was pulled. I think each board member got an email from Ms. Moore. She's prepared to provide more information if you choose. We're going to pull 702. Ms. Womack will get back to you later. There needs to be an executive session for that discussion to occur.
Okay.
And that was it.
All right. Just briefly, Ms. Moore, could you come over here and explain to the public why we are pulling 601? That is the review of our media policy, and it's relatively simple explanation, but so they know.
Yes, so there was recent legislation that was passed, House Bill 1069, that will require rule development from the State Board of Education around media services. If you read over House Bill 1069, it's very explicit with changes that will need to be made. Of course, we will be aligned with statute when school opens up. Some of the main parts are a common form that will be used when objections are brought across the state, some additional timelines. So at this time, we feel it is most appropriate for us to wait. There's a state board meeting on July 19th that we add media back as a placeholder for our July meeting for any updates that we would need at that point.
Makes sense.
Okay, all right, thank you very much for that explanation. Okay, we're going down now to public comment. Public comment. Ms. Gavin?
The first speaker is Mike Cochiola on Guardian. And book book review process.
Just a few quick comments. First, good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman
Good afternoon.
and Vice and members of the board. First on the Guardian program, I mentioned last time I was here that I was a little bit nervous about arming civilians running around hallways of schools and in between school buildings in a panic. And that idea is just fraught with disaster. I can't imagine anything good coming out of it. And my thought was that if we're going to have to do armed, put weapons in schools, at least put them in the hands of trained law enforcement officers. Yes, there's a cost, but the cost may not be in lives, and I'd rather pay that cost as a taxpayer than pay the cost in a child's life or a teacher's life or a staffer's life, something like that. So that's on that. The second, by the way, I would mention too also, we need more voices on that subject. It's too important. And there's not enough voices in this room to represent the community. So what I would propose is a kind of referendum, getting the thoughts of the community in on putting guns in the hands of civilians in schools. By the way, one last thought on that is that you will never know if you're successful if nothing happens. You will not know that's because of the deterrence. You will not know that's because of nobody cared to invade the school anyway. You'll never know until there's a fight. And that's when things go wrong in a fight with a weapon. So please be careful with that. And think about law enforcement, trained law enforcement officers. This county can certainly afford that. Above all else, as a matter of fact, should become a priority. Second thing is on the book review process. I know it was proposed to review the book review process, the levels of review books go through. My thought on that is please think about this. The book review process was working. It does work. People put their thoughts into it, their energy into it, and made that process work. Why would we change it? Why would we complicate it or change it or eliminate it? Why would we do that? We have a working process. Please let the process work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Janelle Channing on Parents Beware Sexual Grooms and Moms for Liberty.
Hi, I've missed you guys. Yes, this is kind of a warning to parents about a group that's impersonating Moms for Liberty, and it's a serious copyright infringement, as you're going to see here. It's on the internet, and it's taking those books that you've been taking out of the library, and of course, you know, they're basically pornographic books, and it's putting them in there on the site, making it look like it's Moms for Liberty books. And so parents, of course, then think it's a safe site for the kids to go ahead and look at and read. So we just want to make sure that parents are warned that this is not our site. And I'm sent those around. Can you please send? And so that you can see that that's also how we do our logo. So just want to warn parents that Moms for Liberty books is not ours. And just want to warn that the perpetrator here, Courtney Vanderbunt, don't vote for her. Please keep her away from your kids. This is very serious. Parents, beware. These are groomers. You know, our country is the worst in terms of sex trafficking. And so this kind of thing needs to be taken seriously. I know it's something that is hard to take seriously, but it needs to be taken seriously when people are dealing with child pornographic material. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joanne Horn, book challenging.
Good afternoon. I am not a public speaker, so bear with me. I don't know why I did this. However, I'm wearing a t-shirt that says silence you're part of the oppressor. And I feel like the students and parents in this county are being oppressed by 3 or maybe 4 individuals being able to choose books to be banned, even though some people disagree with that term, but that's what's happening. So I'd like to voice my concern about that. There's a perfectly wonderful procedure for parents to sign up to have their children not be allowed to check out any book they object to. And during my committee review training, we learned all about that, and it's astounding, but used by very few parents. I just don't see why, in this day and time, age, we are allowing only a few people to dictate to the whole community. And I am here to represent those that are working or raising their family, doing other things, and I'm able-bodied and here. Also, I want to be able to tell my grandchildren in 10 years when today's history has been being written and my oldest granddaughter graduates high school, that I spoke up. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment.
All right, so then we're going to go to 501, legislative update with the Sura Consulting Company, Brothers in Tech.
Welcome, guys.
Good afternoon. This is not going to be a super long deep dive. We did the super long deep dive with the entire administrative staff last Monday for 2.5 hours, and what was suggested to us is that the board would be interested in some of the highlights on some of the issues that the district was trying to influence over the course of the session, and also some of the victories that our delegation in particular had that related to the public school policy. So that's the focus for today, and certainly we can answer any questions, and any individual board members that want to have a deep dive on an individual issue, we can certainly schedule something for at your convenience to do that. So I'm Bob Serra, and this is my brother and business partner, John Serra. We've represented the district for the past 6 years. It started with a small project to just assist with the adults with disability funding that had gone away for a year, and we had a very small contract to help bring that back. And after doing that successfully for a couple of years, we expanded the project into more of a district-wide platform as established by the board. Let's go ahead and flip to the first slide. Last year, the Flagler delegation had several huge victories relating to public education. And the first and biggest of these was a change in Florida Schools funding formula that renamed a ratio called the district cost differential into a new name, the comparative wage factor. And it compressed all districts that were below 1 in this ratio up to 1. This had an impact. If it was in isolation, this was the only thing that was done to the formula, it would have had nearly a $5 million impact for Flagler schools without a single dollar being put into the formula, a single new dollar being put into the formula. In addition, as new dollars are put into the formula, this adjustment will affect those future dollars as well, and it's essentially an adjustment of just under 5% up. There were a number of other policies that were done at the same time. Some of those were not as positive as this, but many of those are only designed to happen once. And this policy is designed to renew over multiple years, and we'll start to see the full impact of that nearly 5% adjustment. Stay with that slide, please. And so the district has moved up the scale. If you look at all the districts and how much they're funded on an unweighted FTE basis, since Representative Renner and Senator Hudson have been our delegation members, we've moved steadily up that list from being near the bottom to being very healthy in the middle now. So that was the biggest issue we were working on this year.
The drop in retirement program enhancements, the biggest issue came out of Senate Bill 724, and this will potentially help you guys with a little bit of recruitment and retention of opportunities. The drop program was extended from 60 months to 96 months, so from 5 years to 8. It allows employees to make that determination after they reach normal retirement age. The drop rate was also increased from 1.3% to 4%, so it gives our savings a larger ability to save some money in that program. And with that, it provides us with a better opportunity to keep and also maybe attract some teachers around the state that might want to come to Flagler in their later years.
As part of House Bill 1, which was the large expansion of the scholarship programs, the legislature provided a significant amount of deregulation for public schools, and one of the areas where they provided assistance was around teacher certification and trying to help us to close the teacher shortage gap. Within this area, some of the things that were done was a temporary teaching certificate was extended from 3 years to 5 years, and they've created a pathway for those teachers who are receiving effective and highly effective ratings for multiple years to waive the requirement to have to pass the general knowledge exam, which was catching some candidates up, and if they're effective and highly effective, then there's reason to believe that maybe that test is not something that we need. And we made a number of, we created some new pathways to teaching, including a pathway with kind of an apprenticeship, and we also expanded a new pathway relating to allowing some of our existing high school teachers to become credentialed to teach dual enrollment, so that we can do more dual enrollment courses on our campus in affiliation with a college or university that would serve with us. All of these changes put together should help Flagler schools to get and keep the teachers we need to serve our students successfully.
We move on to career and technical education enhancements. One of Senator Hudson's priorities this year was passing his career and technical bill, which he did in Senate Bill 240. That bill requires, reimagining education and high help to develop certain criteria and display public information. It creates a tax credit incentive, and it also creates Florida Pathways to Career Opportunities grant program, which our career folks need to take a look at. There's $100 million in that silo, and hopefully we could work through and see if there's an ability to receive some of that money through the grant process.
One of the issues that we worked on this session, it has been planned for several years that the concordance scores for students who don't initially pass the graduation requirement exams were intended to go up. And for the last 3 years, we had waived that plan because of the impacts of COVID. And districts had been talking to the department since November about a group of students that would have all of their coursework and yet would fail to graduate because of this increase. For the SAT on the language arts, the difference was 50 points. This is a very significant margin for that group. This was the group of students, the ones that just graduated in 2023, that were most impacted in their testing, because most students get their passing scores in 9th and 10th grade, and that's when COVID was impacting us the most. The legislature finally provided a waiver on that rule, and that would have allowed a certain number of extra students to get their full diploma this year. That was an issue that we worked on, and thankfully the legislature helped us with it. However, they put the increase now into the statute, and so the increased level will definitely go into place for the 2024 class and for those beyond. So that was part of that trade-off. We're ready for the next slide, please.
Obviously, we sort of brushed on it earlier. Senator Hudson in his Senate Bill 2240, passed $100 million of competitive grants in the CT arena. And so once again, we need to get our career technical folks looking at that legislation and moving forward on seeing if there's any way that we can track some of those dollars down to the district.
One of Speaker Renner's top priorities in education was to move school start times for high school and middle school later, because there's a lot of research around the impacts of that, particularly as it relates to student performance, but there's also some community outcomes that are claimed as it relates to public safety and other issues. And so a bill was passed that requires that the school start times for high school and middle school be later in 3 years. However, in this General Appropriations Act, there was $5 million set aside to assist districts in planning for that change. Up to 6 districts will receive the money, 2 small, 2 middle, and 2 large. And this is another area where the district may want to look at applying for the competitive grant and trying to bring that money in, and certainly with it having been a priority of Speaker Renner supporting that priority.
Another major grant that came out, and it's something that Ms. Moore talked about earlier, was the $158 million in reading materials, and as part of that you learned that the Department of Education will have to proffer a whole bunch of rules and regulations, so as we're waiting for that information to come through, but in the same respect, there's $158 million there to hopefully, once again, work with the district to make these modifications and changes.
So, many local governments last year in their advocacy efforts focused on trying to develop a local project and getting that funded through the legislature. Our primary function last year was working on that comparative wage factor opportunity, because that was both recurring and it's permanent in nature. It will continue to have impacts for decades unless it's changed in the law. However, having a recurring opportunity like that for next year is highly unlikely with the major changes that were just made in the formula. So it's our strong recommendation to the board and the staff that we get together very quickly and develop a local project for Flagler schools, and that we work on something that takes off the table something that's been, a long-standing issue or a long-standing future liability that we're looking at, something that pulls the community together, that probably binds, multiple other local governments and advocacy groups with you on it. But our recommendation to you is that over the course of the next 6 to 8 weeks, that we develop a project and that you ratify it as for supporting it, and that we then begin getting public support for it and asking for support from our delegation for it. The deadlines for submitting a project request come in just before session starts in January. However, to be successful on a project, you really have to have a lot of planning and a lot of political support behind it. So it's our recommendation that we start that work here in the next 6 to 8 weeks and get that part of the project completed.
As Bob expressed, getting the board together and staff to develop a project will be in the best interest of the district. We definitely need to get that done if that process is going to move before late September, the House will come into interim committee weeks by themselves, and in October, November, December, we will start having House and Senate interim committees. And so if we're able to have this information and have the summer to work and have you guys work with our legislative delegation, that will help benefit the district in receiving something and or getting that process started this year, so as we move into the next year. Sometimes these are multi-year requests, and so it gets the process started. The sooner we can get this process moving, the better the opportunity is we have to answer questions and provide the backup information as needed.
Interim committee meetings will start in September and continue through December, and a lot of important research and so forth gets done by the legislative committees at that time, and then we'll move into the regular legislative session in January. It'll start on January 9th and continue through March 8th. So we've got almost 6 months before the beginning, well, just over 6 months before the beginning of session. John and I have been proud to represent Flagler schools, and we look forward to working with you.
If y'all have any questions, please, we'd be more happy to answer. Or if
Now's
you
the time. Questions.
have an opportunity in the future, please reach out to us anytime. We're always open.
Yeah, I did have a question. Thanks again for coming and sharing this with us. And And, you know, we did have our book challenge on it the other day. We removed it because of reading through 1069. So since you're here, I think that it might be helpful, since that we're going to be revisiting that here soon, if you give some highlights of the changes that would stand out when it comes to the book review challenges.
The biggest highlight, there was some money set aside in a grant to the DOE from the legislature to create a transparency tool, and districts and charter schools will need to submit their holdings into that after it's developed, and that's going to take probably the entire year for the DOE to stand up. That's, as far as bringing transparency around that, that's going to be the biggest issue. The DOE held a rules hearing a week ago Friday, and on implementing all of the provisions of 1069, including the expanded parental rights portion of that bill and so forth. But we're expecting dozens of rules to drop from the DOE probably right at the point of their next meeting, as Mrs. Moore indicated to you.
So, and I read through it, and I just wanted to make sure if you understand it the way I do, is that before, the challenges pretty much ended at the school board level, but it appears now they've added another level where it can go up to the commissioner, right, and have a magistrate review the book. Is that correct?
Yes, but at the again, they're going to develop their rule, and that will inform us even more about how they intend for that process to work.
And one thing I'd like to add, both Ms. Moore and the superintendent came into Tallahassee in early February and presented to the House Education Committee. There was 2 districts, Polk County and Flagler, and I really want to tell you guys, because we have seen many presentations in Tallahassee, the fact that you guys were got so forward on your program, and your program really seemed to run the test of last year's implementation. You should be very proud of the work that you did. Many districts didn't get to the level that you did, and creating the program that you did at the school level and whatnot. And so once again, I think the district should be very proud to at least got through the, the 22-23 school year and implement that program, because it did seem to get some statewide traction and people understood what you did and how you did it.
And there were several bills obviously that went through this legislative session for education and everything. And as you were there advocating, lobbying for our interest, which bills, do we have a list of the ones that you guys were actively working for on behalf of Flagler schools?
I'll send you a list. There is, there are lobbyist not registration, but reporting requirements in the House, and so the work that we did in the House is reported. But the primary focus, the legislature used to allow us to work on almost everything, and they really kind of want almost every group to be focused on just a couple of issues now. And so the most important issue was obtaining that comparative wage factor, and that move from the basically 0.956 to 1, because that adjusted every dollar in your base all the way up. And so that was the biggest opportunity to make an impact for the taxpayers of Flagler County. There's not a single additional dollar of taxes for that change, and yet it increased the amount of money and the amount of economic activity that will happen here.
And what would be the second most important thing that you advocated for us up there in Tallahassee, aside from that one?
Well, I mean, the difference between that and everything else was huge, but the second thing that we spent significant capital on was actually the graduation issue, because of the impact it would have on students. Even if it was only a few dozen students in Flagler County, it's the difference between getting a full diploma and being able to take your football scholarship and go play or whatever, or join the military, or getting a certificate of completion, and maybe later getting a GED that does not have nearly the same impact on the child's life. So that was the issue that some opportunity was opened up when a few legislators finally said, we're concerned about that. They started hearing from some families as well. And so we worked a little campaign around that issue.
And thankfully, with the letter that the school board and superintendent set out explaining that there was about 712 students, I believe, that were affected, and almost half of those students, if we were to make this change in February, would have seen the ability to move forward in their high school or collegiate career, was a big deal. To get half of those children off that list was a major change.
Another change, another suggestion we're going to have to the board for working next year, we meet with the cabinet level staff once a week during session, and typically during the committee weeks we do probably every other week for a couple of months leading in. It's possible to have a board liaison to that and schedule hard times to do that, and have a single board liaison to help to inform the board through that process as well. But in essence, we provide short reports each week about what issues are live, and the staff gives us input on the things that they are the most important to them, so that we actually understand what the district wants and not just what we think the district wants. And we have some honest conversations about what issues have already been decided and what issues may have some play within what the membership are allowed to consider and do.
So, and you work with many other school districts also, right?
We have 3 legislative clients right now. One of them is NEFEC, which is 15. It's really just the one organization, even though the board of directors is made up of the 15 superintendents. And then we work with the Florida Association of School Psychologists. At different times, we've represented many other districts, and so I understand the formula from a number of different perspectives, but you're the only individual district that we represent right now.
Okay, so when you're going for representation, you are not necessarily representing when working on behalf of Flagler County a collective agenda of needs that are set up to Tallahassee. You're working just specifically on behalf of Flagler Schools requests, and based on our relationship here. I'm just trying to get acquainted with how we work together here in the go forward.
You adopt a platform, and we represent that platform. In addition, we do those weekly meetings during session to make sure that we're up to date on what your superintendent and the staff of the district think are important from their perspectives, and then we work on essentially those 2 things, and we negotiate our work, what's going to happen every week through that process.
Okay, great. Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Dr. Conklin?
Just a couple. The $5 million for the new school start times, the grant, would something like that be used for transportation?
It's a planning grant. It says, it does list a number of different things that can be considered in that, but ultimately it's non-recurring money. So over the long term, where you really would use it in transportation is how you plan your routes so that your routes are as efficient as possible, so that you use the non-recurring money to plan for as much recurring savings as you can for implementing this when you're planning on implementing it. So it wouldn't actually be used to fund the buses riding, because it's non-recurring, and it would run out after the grant ends.
And that might be something we want to think about for the next legislative platform, because most of the school districts, that's a major challenge when they're looking at the additional times. And if you have a 2-tier busing system going to a 3-tier busing system, a lot of reasons why you can't do that is transportation costs. So that might be something that we want to look at. Can you share a little bit with us about what the K-9 program is and what was actually adopted?
That was in the public safety bill, where part of the bill had to do with how handguns could be handled by citizens, and the other half of it had to do with public education. There is a pilot program created in there that has some funding, again, of a grant quality, competitive grant, where dogs can be trained and obtained and serviced, because they're not, it's not free to keep them, for canines that are specifically trained to find weapons. And I'm not an expert in how that works, but apparently it does, it happens. And so that was part of that public safety bill.
Okay. And I guess the last two pieces for the benefit of the public, if you could talk a little bit about the changes with the charter schools and the capital outlay dollars, and kind of the impact it's going to have down the road.
This was a priority of the Speaker, and Senator Hudson carried the bill in the Senate as well. Initially, what the bill says is districts can exempt debt service that you have from your 1.5 mil that was established prior to 2017. Debt service that was obtained after that is not exempt. And as that debt becomes, as you pay it off, the revenue that goes into servicing that debt then comes back into the pool. And essentially, what the 5 years from now, all of the funding that's in this pool will get shared with charter schools on a per student basis for capital outlay.
100%.
In 5 years, it'll be 100%, but it gets phased in 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Now, your capital plan is done on a 5-year plan. So in your first year, you'll look at this statute and you'll have to remove the money from the first year that you're missing and maybe delay a project into the second year. In the second year, you'll have to remove 40%, and the third year, 60%. So in your first year review of your 5-year plan, you're going to need to move some projects back. When the bill was on the floor of the Senate, Senator Hudson indicated that he was open to some different ways where it's possible that in the future this won't be a pure taking from what is a limited amount of money, and that there may be ways, just like when we passed 7069 in 2016, and then the next year we passed 7055 and essentially expanded the pot for everyone. He was open to ideas that would do that, where possibly after a session next year we'll be in a posture where the things that you had to remove or delay will be funded again, but that would be through an expanded source, and the charter schools will ultimately, 5 years from now, have equal entitlement on a per student basis to this capital outlay funding.
So was there any discussion about subsidizing private entities, facilities, that these are not taxpayers-owned facilities? These are facilities that are actually owned by private, for-profit companies, and tax dollars are being used to improve them, to fix them, to pay for them, but we are not owning them as taxpayers.
I would say there was conversation, but at the end of the day, the position of the legislature is that this money should be shared equally, and that was the decision that was made. But there was discussion around that.
Okay, sorry. HB1, if you could share kind of for the community, the impact HB1.
Essentially, with HB1, any child who's eligible to come to the public schools is eligible to receive a voucher. And thank you, I am dry. And the only limitations on that are for homeschool students. They limited it to an expansion of 10,000 students in the first year, with the expectation that they would expand that each year until they've captured the entire pool of those that wish to have a voucher or a savings account. And the legislature figured out, they know what 100% of the cost is if everybody uses it, but they don't believe that everybody will use it in the first year, and I agree with them, they won't. But they funded 100% of what they estimated would be used, and then in addition to that, they put an additional $350 million in reserve that will help the district to know, once we get past the second calculation, your finance folks will not have to keep reserves for the possibility of a proration, because this $350 million that's on top of what the FEFP runs say are available, are actually available to pay either the district if more students show up here, or for more vouchers if more students show up there. And so I believe that policy will probably extend for the next couple of years. And once we have a couple of years of feel for both what the expansion of vouchers, how that's gone, and also for this new formula, because we changed our entire FEFP in a very major way, I think in probably 2 years we'll be able to get rid of this this reserve at the state level, and those that do, the demographers that do all of the estimates of what the various costs and revenue centers are, will be able to do just as good a job with vouchers as they do with everything else. But being a new program, that give it a couple years to kind of phase in and make sure that there are no negative impacts. I do not believe there should be any negative fiscal impacts to the district for there being vouchers, because of the reserve and because they've fully funded the students that they expect will take those vouchers.
Okay, and I guess moving forward, do you think there's an appetite for next session for some sort of a deadline to be in place for the benefit of school districts to do planning, similar to what we do with school choice, where we have in our internal, district, where we have actually a deadline for parents to apply for school choice? Is there an appetite for advocating for a deadline where if parents are going to utilize a voucher and not return, that there is a notification deadline for districts for planning purposes?
I think maybe that could be discussed. I don't know that it was really something that there was an appetite for previously, but it could certainly be discussed. There was an appetite for potentially having more than just 2 survey periods a year. And there was even discussion of having as many as 6. That has additional workload on itself, but there could be, with the concept of the money is going to follow the child, then if they move back and forth multiple times during the school year, then the multiple surveys would send the money where the child actually was. So there was somewhat of an appetite for the second concept. I don't know that it really would make a huge difference. It's on such margins, but that's something that might be considered in the future.
I would also add to that, if we see across, because this is going to affect all 67 districts, and so as we see coming out of this summer and into the fall, more districts having issues or having outliers that were not necessarily accounted for, I do believe that the legislature would look at the issue and either set a drop dead date or make sure that there was even more reserves or funding available to make sure that there was not a problem for the student. Most of the conversation is about the student, not about the system or the district. So as long as the student is happy and being serviced, that is the most important issue, or that's the rhetoric that comes out of Tallahassee at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
And just one more thing, there was mention of the education savings account type, parent-directed type of thing, and some of it was even spoke about where you could have part-time enrollment in public school, and then also in any other type of instruction. Can you expand on what the conversation has been around that and how that might be rolled out?
There already have been students that maybe are in a homeschool program most of the time, but they take a virtual class or 2. And so for high school, some of that already kind of exists. I think their thinking was to expand that more into like maybe even elementary or in middle school it's already possible, but kind of thinking through how you might do that in elementary school as well, because In high school, we already have kids that are maybe in homeschool for most of their program, but they take maybe one class with the district or maybe a couple courses with the Florida Virtual School. That already existed in a way, and so what they're saying here is that they will allow for partial funding for students that are in, that are just partially enrolled, and we'll have to see what impact that has. I think it'll be very small on the margins.
All right, because how it was described to me by some is that it would actually kind of look like its own type of account where a parent could actually go into a portal basically and direct some of the dollars to these different educational options, right? Is that how it was explained to you?
It was explained to provide as much options for the parent to have as possible, and so therefore allowing the child to be serviced any way they possibly could. If the expansion, say, wasn't hypothetically, your child's in first grade, you want them to do a morning type of program at school, but then have some special needs where they need a paraprofessional, or you do a special reading program in the afternoon, or arts or something to that effect. Once again, it was very open-ended, and it was really to give parents and their children the most opportunity to have access to their tax dollars and have extra opportunities that they don't have today.
But would that be a separate, to say, a voucher? Or would it be like a separate, like for example, or because if you go to a private school, you just send your voucher dollars all there, or you're in public, is it a separate program, or is it kind of all encompassing in there?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure how that's going to work.
Okay.
And I would tell you
we
it's all
already do
encompassing.
have students
It's
that
all
are,
under the
we already have
umbrella.
students that are doing partial in middle school and high school, so I don't think it's going to have a huge impact. But the legislature used to have a mantra about for public schools as it related to public school choice. Anywhere, anytime, anyhow, basically they wanted to give parents as many options as were possibly available. And so somebody is seeing that there might have been some, limitation here, and they wanted to remove that barrier and to make sure that it was clear that parents could get what they wanted.
The only thing I'm really, it's more a comment than it is a question, but I was delighted to see that they improved the allocation for mental health by 20 million. Of course, the other one is Safe Schools by 40 million. That's a big jump. And one part of that delights me, because it's something I've been talking about for years, is their one emphasis on after-school coverage. We do have a lot of programs that are run after school with children and staff, and there's no coverage. And I'm hoping as a district we can jump on that, because that's something we can now firm up with monies that are going to be available and take advantage of that, because I know we've been needing it for years, and now they're specifying that. And having $250 million now in Safe Schools, that's a big bank account that the state can utilize and the district can take advantage of. And our hardening's getting pretty well done. So, next steps. That's it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great summer.
Appreciate
You
you
too.
guys. Thanks for coming in person.
Okay. We're going on to now academic services. We tabled 6.01. We're going to 6.02, mental health application update, and Ms. Brandy Williams will join us.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Board, Madam Chair, and Superintendent Milstead. So I'm just here as a notification. So this is the beginning of our annual process for us to put together our mental health plan. And the Student Services team is just wanting to notify the board that within the next month, you'll see our mental health plan come out for the 23-24 school year. So that plan has historically included our evidence-based programming details, which is really our evidence-based practices that our clinicians are using and that I supervise. And then, of course, the financial framework for how our mental health and social work team functions. Purpose of the plan is to serve students by being able to use resources that are designed to foster quality mental health care. So we will be continuing to do that. The team plans to continue to provide those same services. Unfortunately, as of right now, DOE has not yet released the mental health application for the school year, but as soon as they do, we'll get to work on it. And that'll be something that comes to you guys within the next month for your review and approval.
Excellent.
Questions, anybody?
So I think we had talked about this, about some of the mental health that we had in previous years. And I believe that this was going to be moving to a resiliency model. Is that what we're talking about here in this, or?
So this is separate from that.
Okay.
So what you're speaking about is the curriculum, the required instruction that happens. This is really to fund our actual mental health providers that we provide on campus for services. So that is still happening as well. Legislatively will be happening.
Anybody? Dr. Conklin.
Could you, you're probably already planning, but when we do see the report, if you could share some data, specific
Absolutely.
data about Baker Act's incidents, reports, any kind of data to kind of help us see if the tiered program is kind of trending
Sure.
situations
Absolutely.
in the correct way or not, that would be really helpful.
Similarly to what I shared a couple of months
Yes.
ago,
Yeah.
you would like to see the
Yes.
whole year. Anything
Yes.
else you
Yeah.
would like me to include there?
Everybody? Any other specific
Well,
data
that
you want to
was
see?
pretty comprehensive,
Yeah.
if I
Okay.
recall.
I'll start there.
works.
That'd be great.
Always reach out to me for more.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay? Thank
All
you
right,
guys.
thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, 6.03, alternative school program updates. Ms. Quinn.
So if I could also add, Madam Chair, as Ms. Quinn comes forward, we also have Mr. Roberson, Assistant Principal from Lady Taylor Middle School, and Tommy Houlihan. In the absence of Mr. Finelli, the team has been working for a number of weeks behind the scenes to kind of prepare this briefing with you. And with John not being able to present today, we've got a couple of folks that are going to kind of walk you through the direction the district is proposing to go forward in the future. So.
All right, so one of the things that we did last week, we had our, there we go. So what we did at our leadership meeting last week, or the legislative session, is as an administrative team, we all sat down and we looked at our code of conduct. And we had three major goals: identify the issues and concerns, review the effectiveness of our code of conduct, and identify possible solutions. To do that, go ahead. What we did was we reviewed our code of conduct, we reviewed our discipline matrix, we also reviewed the discipline matrix of other school districts that were around us. Specifically, we reviewed the discipline matrix for Volusia County, Putnam County, and St. Johns County. All right. We broke off into groups so we could identify what our major concerns were at each individual school, as well as on each individual level. When we looked at our elementary schools, these were the major concerns that we're seeing on our campuses: disrespect, misconduct 2 and 1, hit strikes, task avoidance, threats, electronic device violations. All right. So those are those major issues at our secondary. Or elementary. Secondary, we had out of area, tardy, skipping, inappropriate location, vaping's a major concern, drugs, profanity to staff, misconduct, electronic device violations, and fighting.
What's misconduct, MC2?
So when we start going with MC2, MC3, these are levels of misconduct. And so the greater the level of conduct, the higher we code it. So if it's something that, and we talk about misconduct too, we're also talking about things that typically happen in our hallway. So these are not things that happen within our classrooms. These are things that are happening during class changes or possibly at lunch. They don't reach the level of, they're not necessarily fights or anything, but they are things that disrupt our campuses. And when we start talking about MC2s and MC3s, these are things that in many cases are going to require out-of-school suspension. All right, so through that process, we came up with some solutions, and looking at the other districts and looking at our code of conduct, one of the major things that we saw that was different was the impact or the consequences for our level 4 offenses. When we start looking at other districts, the level 4 offenses were taken a lot more seriously. We also looked at the number of days. Another big thing on this is the number of days of out-of-school suspension. And we felt that increasing the number of days for those infractions that are considered safety and security issues. And as you know, we're 3 days, and over the years we've reduced to that for various reasons. But where we are now is we're at 3 days. And as you see, other things that we're looking at, like upgrading the cell phone offenses to a level 2, more comprehensive alternative site, support with alternatives to OSS. So we do recognize that OSS is not the end-all, be-all for all solutions, and that there need to be some alternatives for things that we deem are disruptions on our campus, but maybe they don't require us to remove a kit, but what other things can we do to provide supports for those students so that they can continue to be successful on our campuses and begin to reach the level of expectation that we require of all our kids. I think the number one takeaway that we took from this whole thing, and this is the good part, one of the good parts, our code of conduct is much more comprehensive and it's much more specific than other districts. And so when you look through our code of conduct, there's an offense, and then there is a specific consequence for that. When we look at other districts, what we noticed is that those districts typically have a offense, but then there's kind of a menu of consequences that you can choose from. So I think by our standards, we're a lot better at ensuring equality, ensuring that things are treated the same way from campus to campus. Now, that doesn't mean that we're perfect in any way, but it does mean that we're on the right track. And I think that we're moving in the right direction, and the things that we're doing are affecting our kids in a positive way. However, we do feel that there are some things that can be changed. We always got to keep moving that bar. We always got to keep having that growth mindset moving forward. And so these are some of the things that we came up with to ensure that we're moving in that right direction.
All right, that's my turn. Thanks for having us. So Rise Up is the alternative program currently for Flagler County Schools. So we just want to kind of share an update now that we ended the year a few months ago. We kind of shared where we were to date. So I just want to talk about kind of what we do, what our enrollments were for this year, what our current model is, and how our current model does have room for growth for the upcoming school year. So what we do is a large variety of things. It's important to us that we do a continuum of services and that we're making sure we're wrapping around the whole child to make sure we're hitting all of the needs of the students. So here's a list of just some of the things that we're doing. We're really hard on relationships and building relationships, not with the students and the families and the home zone school, but everything that the students involved in, which includes being liaisons through the judicial system, the probation services, the diversion programs. All of those people are invited to campus to work with those students and meet with those students continuously. We're really big on collecting data for MTSS processes, the IEP services, behavioral supports, and with fidelity with our academics, interventions and behavior supports, and again following the students back to campus to see what they came with, what we've implemented as a next level, and then kind of following them back to make sure that they're continuing with those services and that data collection when they return. We also have a licensed social worker and mental health counselor on campus, and she's really great about meeting with those students on campus, who she's supposed to meet with, but also reaching out to those families to provide community resources above and beyond what she's able to do. We have individualized success plans for each student and targeted lessons for behavior and self-improvement and self-care. And then what's also really big is on Fridays, due to the schedule that we have, we are able to have meetings. So we do the onboard meeting with the family and student before they start the program, and then we do a transition meeting back to school where the Rise Up team and the family goes to the home zone school, meets with those team members there for a transition back to school for success. So our current model is a blended model. It's a face-to-face instruction and virtual. So students are using the Ingenuity platform and they're getting the hours weekly face-to-face. So our current enrollments this year, they're broken up into quarters. So quarter one obviously is our lowest number because that's the start of the school year, and you can see how it grows through quarter four. So where it says new students, those were the amount of new students that came in during that quarter. And where it says total students, the difference is some of the students might have stayed from quarter 1 or the previous quarter throughout the school year. So we ended with a total of 35 students max in the program at one time. And we did have a total of 82 students throughout the entire school year. That's where we ended. And the reason for the fluidity is most students only stay for about a 45-day interim. We do a 45-day review on each student. And if they're successful in the program, we transition them back to school. Some students who would be longer than the 45 days are students with felony charges or probation still pending. And this current year, we haven't reached capacity. We had planned for a max of 40 students at one time, and our max total was 35. So definitely room for growth in our current model moving forward. And then here we just, like I said, we had 82 students total for the school year. The current classrooms and our current facilities do have room to increase each session, and we have not denied any enrollments due to capacity. So we have ample room for growth for the upcoming school year if we need to have more students at one time. Questions? That's it.
Anybody?
That's it.
Dr. Compton?
Kind of going hand in hand with what both of you were saying, right? That in looking at our plan in comparison to some of the other plans that were a little more lenient. So if we tightened that up, that would obviously increase your numbers and the availability of those seats that you have, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
How do y'all determine that somebody's ready to go back to school?
So during the, and I don't know, Tom wants to speak to it.
I think you can talk about the going back part, the transition back, but if you want to know how to student.
So during the MDT process, we kind of determine the length of that time period, and then we track student success. So success meaning, we call it the ABC model, academics, behavior, and coursework. So the students have a daily behavior data chart, if you will, and then just making sure they're in compliance with all of those components. And then we look at that 45-day review. If they've met all those targets, and then we'll transition back to school. If they haven't, we'll look at more interventions, what's working, what's not working, have some more meetings, and then we'll keep them until they have a successful 45 days, regardless of that time frame of start to finish, but a successful 45-day frame.
Do you end up with like repeat offenders, like you send them back and then they gotta go back to the Rise Up?
This year? Two.
Okay, so not too bad.
2 students.
And do you find that the students that, you know, go through the program, that as they're getting closer to that review, that they're looking forward to returning back to their assigned school and leaving the program, and graduating from it, moving on from it?
Yes, we do celebrate them and make a big deal about it, so they we try to get them more excited to go back. And it's important with those meetings and those conversations of what are you nervous about? What are you looking forward to? And then kind of sharing that back to the home zone school so we can set the student up for success when they arrive there. So it's not just like they're just showing up one day and they're left to go. They're greeted and there's a meeting and they know who their go-to people are. And sometimes it's a schedule change if they're nervous or apprehensive about something, just having those conversations and building those relationships, and they might say, you know, oh, I just really don't want to go back to carpentry. I'm nervous about that. So then we can do a schedule change and work with the schools on that. But the majority of them are excited to go back, yes.
And if you're, the planned capacity at 40, you know, if some of the student code of conduct items are the consequences are elevated, and you have more than 40 students come through, do we have a plan for that to be able to accommodate more students?
So I think I can speak on that. You know, Ms. Quinn and Ms. Mia has met with district staff about a plan and option on building the facility out there. So she has had those talks with Mr. Bush and Mr. Freeman about how that would look and what that timeline is. You know, what additional supports, teachers, counselors, anything like that. So those conversations have already started.
A follow-up to that, though, what's the lead time? So if you find that we need space for 50.
Like a portable.
So a portable would be, okay, so it's something that could be turned around pretty quickly. If
Yeah,
needed.
there's 6, yeah.
Does this cover K through 12, like all grades? Or
I'm sorry?
Does it cover K through 12?
No, it's secondary only, 6 to 12.
So we don't have any options right now if we have a student who's not successful at the elementary level, mainstreamed.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on?
We've had
Yeah.
some conversations. Something that is something to really think about would be the age discrepancies. We really strategically just now dealing with sixth graders and seniors and the infractions that get them there, trying to separate those age groups based on infractions and age appropriateness. So that would take a lot more team building and some discussion to think about that. But yes, we've definitely been thinking about it. But
Do some of the
kind
other
of where they would
counties
go
have-
would be the concern.
Do some other counties have, you know, we hear from parents, we're hearing also from elementary, saying, hey, my kid also deserves to have a free, you know, a good education, right? And they've got this student who's turning over desks, you know, and we had 4 recesses today because of a meltdown. So are there other counties that have some type of alternative setting for, whether it's tied to an IEP or whatever, for lower than 7th grade?
Not to my knowledge. I've been to St. John's.
There are other
games.
counties, you're gonna look at your larger counties, because
Yeah.
then it has to do with the number of students that would constitute the resources that you'd have to identify for that. But I do know that Ms. Moore has led a group this year discussing at each of our elementary schools, what type of tier 3 interventions can we house at those particular school sites to help accommodate some of those students, because it's a one-off. It's like 2 at one school, 1 at one school, 3 at one school. So how do you provide appropriate resources for those students? So those conversations have been ongoing.
Do we have I should know this, I used to teach in a behavioral ed classroom, and all of the students in that classroom were a part of that category of IEP. Do we have, so maybe not an alternative setting, but do we have an alternative classroom for that age group? I don't know if I'm asking the same question, but I don't know if that makes any sense. So maybe not like a separate location, but within one of our campuses.
So some of our schools
classroom.
have our cluster sites. You mentioned the word IEP, right? So if the student has that specific disability that reflects on their IEP, what extra supports on that IEP can we provide? Yes, there are campuses that have cluster programs on
And
those
so what does
sites.
that look like? So is it I'm mainstreamed, but I might have a para with me in that mainstream
Absolutely,
classroom?
possibly, or you might be in that setting full-time 100% of the day. It depends on what site.
What setting full-time? I'm sorry.
So
Mainstream or a separate classroom?
Okay, so we have the behavior cluster for middle school on our campus, and so we have 3 units. In those 3 units, our students we start off initially with all of our students being within the unit. As they reach certain behavioral goals, we begin to mainstream them. So we'll start off with, okay, what is your favorite subject? It might be math. So if math is what you do best at, then we might start pushing you out into math. And when we do push you out into math, we'll provide you support. So we'll have a paraprofessional that will work with you specifically in that particular class and help you transition back and forth as well. As we start to see them grow academically and behaviorally, we go from 1 class to 2 in the hopes that eventually we'll get them to where they're mainstream. We look at the unit is being more like, it's almost like training wheels. And so as we get better at what we're doing, we begin to take off some of those restraints and move them into courses that they want to be in and get them more mainstream in all of their courses.
Which is the goal.
That's the goal.
And so when you talk about the clusters and kind of that level 1, is the correct term self-contained? And that's what I think I used to know it as. I mean, is it, are they initially kind of in a
They are.
self-contained classroom?
They are. So they're a self-contained classroom. We would rotate them within the unit itself, though. So we might have one teacher that's specifically working on math, another teacher that has science, another teacher has social studies. So we'll rotate them around within that unit. And then once, like I said, they meet certain goals, then we start moving them out into their mainstream classes.
And Ms. Hunt, that's more of like the ESC setting. That's Dr. Holliday, and she's doing, working with those assistant principals that oversee those programs on each of those school sites, whether it's the elementary, the middle, or the high school. And what are the needs for those students, and working with the staffing specialists on those campuses. So those are specific to our ESC population on those campuses. What Superintendent and Ms. Moore and her team is, how can we provide extra service for those elementary students that do not have an IEP, but maybe need an extra support through Tier 3 interventions at the elementary level.
It's interesting you say that, because that was actually one of my questions. Thinking like of a Venn diagram almost, are there many students who are just having a hard time with discipline, who are having a hard time with behavior, who are not put on, is the term EBD, what is the?
So
yes?
I can tell you this, whatever your exceptionality is, does not determine placement. So even if you're EBD, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be in a cluster. The IEP and the needs of the individual student will determine your placement. So you can be an EBD student and you can be mainstream because you don't require that self-contained setting.
And it's like I am successful where I am as a student, and I'm not taking away from the education of others, and therefore I am okay to be in a mainstream setting. Okay, and that is the administrative team at that campus.
That would be the IEP team.
Who
So when
decides
you sit down and you go over it, every year you have an IEP review. So when you go over the goals and the objectives for each individual student, you have to review all these different things. So you're going to review behavior, you're going to review academics. And after you've gone through those things, you will then make a determination as a team, what is the best setting for this student. So even if you're just SLD, you could be placed in a behavior unit if that is what is required for you to be successful.
And we do have behavior units.
We do.
Okay, and forgive me for all the questions. This is just, I think this is a topic that can really make or break a district. I think it's that important. St. Johns County is a highly successful, up in Georgia, Fayette County is a highly successful district, and they, I think, all have really strong alternative ed and special, programs. So forgive me for all the questions.
No, you're fine.
Perhaps this is something I need to take maybe for a follow-up conversation with additional questions. But
we also have, I know for our school, we set up a Tier 3 program for our students, excuse me, that are not necessarily ESE students or have an IEP. And so if a student is having difficulty on our campus, then we do have a placement where we can take them and we can provide them some additional supports in hopes that, and it's temporary, it's only 2 weeks, 3 weeks, in hopes that we can provide these kids enough support to where we can transition them back into the classroom so that they can continue to have success.
Dr. Khan.
I think some of the issues that maybe you're hearing about are, especially at the elementary level, are because we've moved to a full inclusion model, and which is somewhat different than what we're hearing about at the secondary level. The full inclusion model is you will have all sorts of students with disabilities dispersed throughout your classrooms at the elementary level. So we do have some cluster programs at the elementary level for those students with the most severe needs. However, and Lashaka, please share a little bit more insight, but several years ago where you saw the uptick in these kinds of issues and behaviors is when we went to a full inclusion model. Because you now could, in a classroom of 20, you could have 4 or 5 students with significant behavioral issues. And if I'm sharing that incorrectly, please correct me.
No, as always, we look at, when we talk about our students with disabilities, really looking at what needs do they have and where those needs met. What we've experienced, and this came out a lot last week with our administrators in elementary, is for some of our students who are non-disabled students or are not yet diagnosed or identified as a student with disability, their ability to transition into a school environment and what services and supports are in place in order to help meet the needs of those students. So this year, we started with how can we provide temporary adult support for those students as we transition in. So you would see students that, and this is primarily in the elementary world, you will see a student that does not have a disability, but that student, we have identified an additional adult that can come onto campus and support that student in appropriate behaviors for school. And how do we put these supports into place as we continue to identify what the needs of our students are. But the area I think that our elementary schools would say that they're struggling the most really is in those primary grades as those students are transitioning into school and understanding what appropriate school behavior is versus not.
Have we, I know the state has pushed full inclusion model several years ago. We've been kind of moving in that direction. But has there been any discussion about taking a step back from that model and looking at different models of how that would work?
And really that is the responsibility of the district to identify what are the services that we need in order to meet the needs of the students that are within our school and our district. Last year, Superintendent Middlestat started a task force of a team of us that began to look at that and look at how do we service our students with disabilities, what are the areas where we're struggling in, how do we identify funding that we are not capturing in order to meet the needs of our students. And so you see now as a district over the last 2 years, we have really transitioned to have a true continuum of services, and how do we ensure that that is available at every school. And so that is improved through staffing. You know, we're very proud of the staffing that we are able to do going into the 23-24 school year in order to have a better ratio that we provide to our schools so that they can provide a continuum of services. So a student that may not need to be self-contained or in a separate classroom for all of their core areas, that student may need only for a subject or for a particular topic. And so how do we provide that continuum of services within every school? And that starts with, one, that vision. I think we've kind of laid that foundation of making sure that we meet the needs of our students in whichever way that they need them, and then it comes with funding and staffing. And so I do think that we've demonstrated that going into this 23-24 school year with a better staffing formula than we have had. You know, we've gotten better and better with each year.
And I think some of the challenges are too, teachers that don't go to, for example, teachers who didn't get a degree in special ed, right? They didn't go to school for that. They went to school for either a subject matter or a specific level of instruction. And providing those resources to them so that they have the expertise in the classroom for classroom management and all the rest of it. If you have a student that is at the elementary level and is on an IEP and has a behavioral issues, EBD or whatever it might be, but the behavior has become detrimental in the classroom, similar to what Ms. Hunt is saying, that everybody else is being disrupted in the learning environment. Legally, can you remove them and place them in a self-contained classroom?
So what we would do is we would call an IEP meeting. We would bring the team together to identify what the needs are, and then how can we best service the student. And it has really caused us to become very creative in how we go about doing that. So, you know, what's causing that behavior? Is it, you know, just when that student first arrives in school, you know, the switching of classes when they're getting in, coming off the bus, getting into breakfast? Is that something that is causing a barrier? Well, how can we eliminate that barrier and find a solution? So maybe we need to look at a different location that the student will enter the building in, somebody who has a checkpoint. So really those IEP teams, they come together and they create a plan that best meets the needs of whatever that individual student is.
Right, but let's say you do that, right? Let's say you do all of that and it's a repeating situation. At what point does the conversation shift to how is this impacting not only that student, but all of the students in that classroom? Because it seems like that piece of the conversation may not be at the table.
And the conversation would really be, how do we meet the needs, can we meet the needs of the student in this environment? So that environment may not be the best place to meet the needs of the student, and then we will identify what other options do we have to meet the needs of the student then. So that team is always looking at that student and how do we meet the needs of that student in this classroom, and if we can't meet it in this setting, this location, then what other settings and options do we have? And again, we went all the way to, we had this option and this option, and now we truly have seen that continuum spread out where we have more options, and we just have to continue to do that.
Yeah.
And sometimes we get to a place that we cannot safely educate the student in this environment and on our campus, maybe not even in our clusters. And so we need to look at our community resources and what other options we have in order to continue to educate the student.
Yeah, I just wonder, as we talk about HB1 and vouchers and we talk about our code of student conduct, taking into account the impact that is having on 20 other students as well, and how to address that in the best way, and whether or not that's the best setting, and whether or not that means we have to create an alternative elementary setting, because we do have, you know, for secondary, definitely a setting, and whether or not that elementary alternative option is at each separate location or it's centralized.
Yes, I do agree that that conversation is definitely a part of our next steps of where we need to go. Continue to improve Rise Up and the way we service students there. Continue to work through the process of identifying the students that should be serviced there and the offenses that put them in that setting. But then what does that look like for our youngest students, and how we service their needs.
Right. The comment that I have is I've worked with these alternative programs when I was employed here. We used to get the kids and talk to them all the time, and I know you're saying how you're really good to get them out in 45 days. A lot of the kids I talked to never wanted to leave.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, because I mean they're getting special services. You know, it's not a big class of 25 kids. You know, and they do well. How do you handle them? What are you doing with them?
They love it there.
I know. I know they do.
They do.
They do.
But just really, the constant, continuous conversation is, this is not a forever placement. So if they know that, and their goal is to be successful in a bigger setting, what does that look like? So we really focus on, how do we change that mindset to get them to be successful in that larger setting, and just building the relationship. So some students, especially on a huge campus like FPC, they're when they get lost and everything. So just making sure that we're following up and building that relationships while they're with us, and they have that. So during the MDT meeting, we identify a person that is their person on campus, and if they don't have one, we get them one. So it's just that constant relationship. They come to Rise Up and they meet with them. I speak about FPC because we're right there, so it makes it easy. But we also, just so that they know that they have that safe spot and that safe person on that campus. And just really, we wear the school shirts weekly, and we just really, Flagler schools as a family, not just as a one particular location or a school in itself, but part of the whole family.
Yeah, I know students who would get placed back into the general
Yes, they would
population and then
self-sabotage.
and go right back again because they like it so much.
And in true
that's where they're
disclosure,
being successful.
we've had a student or two say that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just gonna, and so, I'm glad you said that. So let's have that conversation now. And that's really important about the Fridays when we go back to schools to meet with the students after they transition back. We'll bring them lunch, we'll meet with them. The schools know they can call us and say, hey, we can see the students having a bad day. And so we just continuously push in and kind of wrap around.
But you want to know something, this is the perfect time though to reimagine and think about how this all looks, really truly, because we had the same issue when we had Pathways. When Pathways
absolutely.
So we used to have a very large, it was about 200 and 250 students at Pathways in that location.
Mhm.
That was almost like a full mini campus. But a lot of those students became very comfortable and safe in that environment because it was small. They weren't in a 2,000, 3,000 almost, student body high school. They were anxious. They would self-sabotage just so they could stay. But why not have the conversation about creating smaller learning environments like that so that students, I mean, especially with HB1 on the table, I think we need to get a little bit more creative about what that looks like. And it doesn't necessarily just have to be an alternative school for behavior. It just might be that student that is super anxious about being in a large high school environment. They're not interested in the sports, they're not interested in the clubs, they're, it could be whatever. But maybe now is the time that we start reimagining that. And instead of forcing students back onto campus where the only way they feel like they can get back to an environment that they were successful in is to self-sabotage. You know what I mean?
I think in general that's a great idea to start getting our thinking that way, because that seems to be what kind of HB1 wants. It wants parents to be able to customize their children to want choice. So why can't there be choice within our own
That's exactly
school district? Right? You know what I mean? Why send them? Why wait till somebody else creates that environment outside of our school, and then they're sent there with a voucher, right? So I mean, this is a heavy lift because we've had kind of this overall kind of one size fits all in general and tried to modify that over the years. But now is the time that it might be a good idea to really, just as an entire district, all the way from top to bottom, start refocusing our thought on how the environments look like. Just like we build these environments within like the in Matanzas, you've got these environments. You've got like the court. You have the one where we have the business meeting with with marketing. So we're creating environments in that kind of scenario. But if a student, like you say, is more comfortable in this type of environment, why, if it's working, right? If you're saying, wow, we're seeing success with them here, why send them back to something that wasn't working for them?
When the charter school movement first came on the scene and really kind of pushed things, we did create little, like we had Phoenix Academy that was like a charter school feel. We had a huge, fairly large program at Princess Place where students that were struggling in the high school environment, not always necessarily just behavior, they were just struggling in the high school environment. They used to have a classroom out at Princess Place Preserve. So there's, I think it's an opportunity to kind of rethink what this all looks like and look at maybe the possibility of satellite campuses. We even have land that it's not big enough for us to build massive schools, but maybe it's big enough to build a small satellite neighborhood school or a specialty program or whatever it might be, especially with the half-penny, including construction. You can think a little bit more creatively. Maybe the A1A Center becomes K3, whatever, I don't know, but just thinking about it differently. And I think inclusion has played a huge role in what we've seen happen at the elementary level. I just really do, because you've seen, just think about yourself if you were a teacher in the classroom and you have 25 students and you were not trained to be a special ed teacher and you have 5 students with a significant, and it's probably more than 5 students with significant needs. And staffing resources are only so much that's available.
We have definitely been talking about the need for us to think differently about how we service students. Something that I have said to Ms. Quinn over and over again, I'm like, we either create this or we will be forced into it because of how education is changing.
Well, people just leave.
Or individuals will leave. But what I think is extremely important as we talk about discipline, our code of conduct, stricter consequences, a potential for a longer stay, in an alternative site is really around the communications to our families and around what will and will not be tolerated in our schools so that they understand, whereas you may have gotten 3 days for this last year, well now this is 5 days out, whereas when we're bringing up recommendations for expulsion for students who are violating our code of conduct, it is going to really be that communication to our families around what is expected in our schools.
I think with HB1, we have to, instead of being on the defense of this, we need to be on the offense. Because if we become the place where all behavior is tolerated, parents will just leave.
Yeah.
They will leave and take their students to a place they feel far more safe in.
And beyond that, our employees.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
That's
Yep,
100% true.
Just thinking, when we look at the situation that happened at Matanzas that went national, is there something we could have done to prevent that? Or, how could we have been proactive so that those situations don't happen again, Does that make sense?
I will say that I know this is something that still is ongoing, but I think with anything that happens, be it big or small, always having an opportunity to come back and review what our processes and our procedures are that are in place to make sure that we're implementing those and we're getting better with that. And always, again, big or small incident, looking at the training that we're providing for our staff to ensure that they can, that we have safe environments for our employees to work in and for our students to learn.
And the only thing I was going to add to that, Ms. Moore, is when we provided information at our last meeting with myself and Mr. Deasing, the communication aspect of a radio. So moving forward, when we're moving towards Centegix, that has an opportunity to alert staff on campus, including law enforcement, in an immediate response for a staff alert. So just looking at our process, looking at our training, looking at our everything that goes along with the safety and security.
I guess, is there a situation where a teacher could say, like, look, I don't think that this child belongs in this classroom, he's a danger to other children and staff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Daily. But what will probably happen is the child would just be moved classroom teachers, right? And so I think what you're getting at, and I guess it becomes a legal question as well. If behavior is a manifestation of a student's disability, what legal grounds do we have to say the student, we don't have the ability to educate this student in the appropriate way?
I'm not saying deny an education,
but I think the question that you're asking, and it's a question that we must ask, especially when we have our students coming before the multidisciplinary team, is can we safely educate the student in this environment? No, we cannot. Then what is the next environment? Can we safely educate the student in this environment? Whereas I think years before, we would think we have to be able to figure out a way to educate the student in this environment. There is no other option. But again, how do we create what those other options are, or look at what other options are available to us within the community? But first and foremost, we should always be asking, can we safely educate the student in this environment?
Great, gotcha.
So as far as next steps, I mean, I think there's, from across the board, what LaShaka would be the next steps in benchmarking, or, it sounds like you're already having these conversations, but as far as, Will talked about it at length. I mean, Dr. Conklin has brought it up certainly before this meeting, of smaller, possibly satellite schools, possibly blended virtual learning with proctors, who knows? What, instead of it just being a conversation here at this table, what is the next step? Does the district leadership team take this, and can we hear some ideas that we can possibly consider and vote on, or where do we go from here?
And I think we are in a good place when it comes to our secondary option. There are some procedural things that we can definitely improve around through our multidisciplinary team and how the students are placed, how they go back, but really what I feel like our next steps are is how do we meet the needs of our students that are in that elementary level, because that is definitely an area that we are struggling right now. And so this team bringing back different ideas or things that have been put into place in order to meet the needs of the students that are in the elementary, as well as how do we provide support to our secondary schools to be able to stand up some type of tier 3 behavior. When they talk about tier 3 behavior, it's just, a separate opportunity within their school that may not be a self-contained classroom, where students can go for a period of time in order to be reacclimated to what the expectations are for school and for their school, and then back into their general education classroom with their peers, or they're going before our multidisciplinary team in order to determine if we can continue to educate them in that environment, or if we need to look at something else. So I think we need to continue to work on our procedures for our secondary, taking into feedback the information from our administrators, and then begin to look at what are our next steps for elementary behavior. And then when we talked earlier about classroom to careers, we had the Sarah Brothers that talked about dollars that are available through CTE. When I think about satellites and smaller entities, not just tailoring this for like students with that behaviorally, but what are these other opportunities that we want to stand up and to bring in smaller opportunities for our students? And so how do we capture some of those dollars that are available through the state?
Okay, are we all right now?
I have one last thing. As part of this conversation, I think it would be really interesting, and Will, I think you've brought up VPK. Are you the VPKer?
Yeah, brought it up before.
Brought it up before? I think it would be really interesting just to take a look. You bring up primary, kind of, I'm guessing you mean kindergarten first.
Pre-K.
Pre-K.
Including our BPK.
Yeah, and
yes.
Right now, I've talked to at least one leader who has talked about a bit of a disconnect with that principal not really having ownership over the VPK program. So that I think that's something, as you have this conversation, is to look at what could we possibly do with VPK as part of the overall, any changes that we might make. Thank you.
All right, thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much. We appreciate the information. Very helpful. All right, we're going to move on to 7, Human Resource Services and Information, 7.01, the health clinic update and options. Mr. Ouellette, Ms. O'Brien, and Ms. Collara.
Afternoon, board.
Hello.
Superintendent.
Chairman Sorrow, board members, Superintendent Millstat. As part of the ongoing efforts of the insurance committee, I'm going to check a win real quick, and we are on the other side of open enrollment, and things went well. And so our next couple fish to fry, so to speak, would be one is we have our retirement folks for open enrollment, and then we have what we're here to talk to you about today, which is the health clinic update. The current contract we have with Advent Health is up for either renewal or what they're going to talk about out for bid. So that was the discussion in our most recent insurance committee meeting, and so that's kind of what we're going to share with you today.
All right, so we have a free to members of the Flagler Schools Medical Insurance Plan near-site health clinic that we provide. And this is a contract currently with Advent Health Prompt Care, and that contract is valued at $264,000 annually. It's actually billed as a flat fee monthly, so it's not a fee-for-service model, it's a flat monthly fee. It does expire at the end of this plan year, so that's August 31st, and they have graciously given us a 6-month contract extension while we work out next steps, and that is expiring in March 31st of '24. So at this point, we must go out to bid for a health clinic contract to continue this service to our employees. And we're looking at either a near-site or an on-site clinic model, which we'll talk about in a minute. And that would include Advent Health. They would have the ability to submit a proposal for this as well. So I won't read this entire slide, but just so that you have a general understanding of near-site versus on-site clinics. A near-site clinic would be what we have currently. It's shared with the public. It's located in an established urgent care or provider's office. And the goal is really to provide patient care according to the contract terms. Aside from that is the on-site clinic model. This is managed by a clinic company. It could be on-site within our Flagler Schools property, or it could be in like a storefront. One of the major differences is this is exclusively for Flagler Schools employees, members of the plan and their dependents. And then the goal is really to help close gaps in care. So reducing risk level of patients. They have a little bit more flexibility with this type of model. And then also capture a return on investment with our health and being self-insured.
So our current clinic scope of services includes a few things such as management of chronic illnesses, acute minor illnesses, minor procedures, lab tests, some basic x-rays and flu shots. That's what we currently receive per our contract, or what is outlined in our contract. The next slide. What we would be looking to do in a proposed scope of services with a new RFP is basically a lot of the same things: medical care for acute, chronic, and urgent conditions, primary care prevention disease, on-site laboratory services, primary care, program management, online scheduling, and the items on the right-hand side that is bold would be something new that would be added that we don't currently receive now with the current agreement that we have. We would be looking to issue this proposal in RFP in August and bring this, proposals will be due in September, start the review process, and bring it for your approval in November.
All right. Questions?
Yeah, I got
Okay,
confused.
go
So
ahead.
why are we doing this? Why are we changing?
We are at the end of our current contract.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, why are we not renewing?
We have no more renewals left on the contract.
And they're not interested in us renewing with them?
We can't renew at this point. It was a total of a 5-year contract, 3 years and 2 one-year renewals, and we've come to the end.
So that's what puts it out for bid.
Right.
Okay,
Can they bid again?
So
Yeah,
Of
again,
course.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
It's
okay,
just not
so I'm
inclusive,
sorry,
yeah.
because I wasn't understanding.
Yes.
So you're not proposing to go from near site to on site?
We're proposing.
What is the RFP you're looking to do?
To look at both. So in other words, what's out there, since we're gonna put out the bid anyways, what will be the cost differential between returning to a near site as opposed to an on site, and then the scope of services. And this kind of goes back to some of the things that were discussed in the insurance committee meeting as far as some of the other counties and whether on site or near site, and what kind of cost savings. Because when you do a near site, you're also competing with the public for appointment times. And so what is our cost savings, if there is one, if we were an on-site as opposed to a near site?
So it's not like a drop-in clinic? It's not like an urgent, currently right now?
Currently, it's
make an
we have a schedule, we have a certain set that are reserved for our folks to go ahead and schedule for. But it's not an all-inclusive range where they could just show up at any time.
It will charge that, they can drop in, but it will charge their insurance. They'll be responsible for co-pays, much like any other care.
And how many employees did we have use the plan last year?
On our medical plan?
Yeah, how many of our employees used the
I
clinic?
think we had about 1,100 members on the plan, but the clinic
like the number of
unique
users,
members.
yeah.
I can pull that up for you. I don't have it in front of me, but I
Yeah,
do
but
have the
we
information.
were given that data, we just don't.
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
At our fingertips at this
And
second.
then the only other thing that kind of jumps out as a concern when we look at what the current scope of services are and what the proposed looks like it's missing X-ray services.
Right, because if we, well, so that would be the option. If we are going out for more of a on-site clinic, it would cost us a lot more to do something of that sort if it's on-site, because we'd have to outfit a location with X-ray.
Correct, that's why,
You know,
that's why I was
versus,
wondering.
right. So that's something, it could be an option, but then you're talking potential increase in costs.
Are we requiring lab and X-ray, or just right now it's an option?
Lab is usually pretty standard, blood draws. When I guess on the proposed scope, when it said laboratory services, outside of like your urine, different types of urine run, it's also actual lab draws. They have like an on-site lab that doesn't get tested there, of course, it gets sent off. The only thing that we didn't put on there proposed is X-ray. It could be something that's added, but again, it would have to be the space, we'd have to be able to provide that space.
So you are looking to do an RFP for on-site?
For both.
Or you're doing both, that's
Right,
what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, so they could, either type could respond to.
Correct.
Right.
With a proposal.
Okay.
So if we have a proposal, they should come to you guys? Like,
It'll be a
I'm
bid.
just thinking of people I know, so.
Oh, yeah,
Sure.
so they
Well,
will go through
bid.
the procurement process, it gets posted on OpenGov, which is our procurement platform. We would actually have a document that's put together, it's broadcast out there,
Can you send that to
public.
me?
Sure.
So this arrangement, you have to be you have to be on the Flagler Schools insurance to use this, right? Right. So even though that something may not be on here, they still have that through their insurance if they went to another provider, right? So they still have access to X-rays and labs, but through a general practitioner in their own office, right? It's on the plan. Okay. And then an on-site clinic, would that be a third-party operator that would just take up residence on our property and facilitate the program?
Yeah,
That's how-
through a contract, yeah.
Okay.
Either on our property, if we don't have a location, then they would rent an existing, like, storefront space or a vacant, former doctor's office space.
Okay, and that would just be exclusively for Flagler employees that are on our.
And their dependents, yes.
Correct.
So they go to the,
Isn't that how the county has their,
Yes.
they have their own facility right back here. And that's how they do it completely different. I mean, the same concept you're looking
Same
at.
concept, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
So currently, right now, are the labs and the X-rays and all of that covered under their visit, or do they pay extra for that?
It depends what they're needing as a part of their lab or X-ray. And they're, typically when you go for an appointment, if you ask, the employee would need to ask, and they'll go over exactly what's covered and what might not be. And it also has to be referred straight from Advent, I believe.
I guess my question kind of goes back to what Will just brought up. So if folks can already, is it free when they go to the clinic?
Only if they make an appointment first.
So everything is free if they make the appointment?
There's a list of covered services that are free.
Okay, so
yes.
that would be the reason they would go to the clinic versus their normal doctor?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can the clinic manage any of their, so it can manage?
Some use it as primary care.
Okay. But that wouldn't be under the proposed services?
Primary care?
It would be.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we're
yeah.
really looking to either just keep our continued model, but also welcoming proposals from an on-site model, which
Gotcha.
just looks a little bit different.
Gotcha.
So if we put out the request for proposal on these, right, and then we end up, for some reason they identify that on-site clinics more profitable for them, that's all we receive, then are we kind of stuck there, that we have to go that direction, or just put it out again for another request for a proposal?
As far as like you're saying, if we decide that that's the way that, the route that we want to go, we would have pricing, I mean, we would make an award based upon what was received.
Because you're putting both options out at the same time. So if we ended up getting 3 just on site and no near site, people that say maybe that's not a lucrative setup for us, right?
Right.
Then
We don't have to go back out again. You've got the proposals in front of you, they'd be evaluated. We'd have a committee that reviews the proposals that are received based upon a pre-established criteria, and then.
Well,
Are
I'm
you
saying,
saying
what
if you
if
didn't
my,
receive a proposal for a near site? I
Could
will
we?
say that's pretty unlikely, as it is profitable for the provider. But yeah, we could.
But the other option, it tends to be, I just don't know what it looks like, but when you're putting it out there, we're gonna see, you know, just like when we put it out for bid for the addition, you know, you say, you know, how many people show up, right? You know, and your options become limited in that, and then you have a deadline to provide service. I'm just worried that we end up with something that maybe, I mean, shouldn't we know what we want first, that whether it's the on-site or the near-site, which is the best for
Ideally,
Flagler
yes.
School? Yeah.
That does make it easier, because, I mean, you're requesting information, we'd have to, it's gonna be a more complicated process to put both of them in one request for proposal, because you're going to have, potentially, you could have the same vendor contractor give you both a on-site and a near-site proposal. So how do you know, we're going to have to really tier it in a way that it can be evaluated properly.
So,
If you don't get one or the other.
I mean, basically what I'm saying is that if we put this out and we only receive on-site clinic proposals, and we don't happen to like the numbers, right? Where do we go from there?
So you rank when you do an RFP, you're ranking your proposals based upon the submissions. The committee ranks them. If you don't like the first one that comes in and you want to go to the next, then you have the opportunity to award it.
If you don't like any, that's what he's saying.
Any, then, yep, we'd have to start the process
They go
over.
over again.
Team, just for clarification, the contract that exists right now with Advent, do they have the first right of refusal?
No, it completely ends as of.
Are you sure, just for clarifying purposes?
I don't believe there was anything in the contract. I mean, usually when there is something, it's a 3-year, 2 1-year renewals. There are no rights of refusal when there's competition that's out there to provide.
And we're paying $264,000 annually.
Correct.
Obviously, with this increase in responsibilities, prices, and plus current trends, we know prices going up. Okay?
Sure.
So, are we gonna we have to make sure we're financially capable and insurance-wise handling all this?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it just Flagler County that has the on-site? Does Palm Coast do anything like that, or?
I don't know what they do.
Palm Coast used to. I don't know their current status.
I'm just wondering if we have all these 3.
Why don't we do it together?
Why don't maybe we join forces through an interlocal
Kind
type
of tried
thing.
that. I think the hard part is.
Tried that a few times.
Right, we did, and even, you know, in the past, knowing that this was coming up, I did have some conversations on the county side. The problem is that they're maxed out. I mean, even recently, the sheriff separated from the insurance, the county's insurance, and that took out 600-700 employees maybe, I'm not sure, you know, plus dependents who were using the clinic, and they're still maxed out with what they have. So it would be difficult for us to team up, you know, potentially here. You'd have to go big. There'd be a huge amount of changes. So, you know, maybe in future years, that would be a great idea to have one big, you know, being that everyone, I'm not sure about the state of Palm Coast, but that we're self-insured. Not sure.
Okay, we good? All right, thank you very much. All right, would you guys, since we have tabled 7:02, do you want to take a 5-minute break here?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a little while once we get going. All right, we'll take our 5-minute break, and we'll get going by 10 after at the latest. Services Transportation Update 801. Dr. Don Rawls, please. We're good. We got it figured out. Well, yes, there certainly is.
I'm digging that jacket.
Thank you. Thank you.
Best dressed director.
I tell you
Yeah,
what.
he is.
Afternoon.
Love it, love it.
All right.
All right. So, Board, we are coming before you today. We have ran some numbers and looked at some opportunities over the last year or so to kind of put the transportation department in a better position with equipment, as well as look on the back end with some of the operational costs and things that additional funding that's been allocated based off of aging buses. So we'll be talking about a tax-exempt solution today. Some of the challenges that we're seeing with our older bus fleet, our 2008s in particular, aging fleet, they are inefficient for fuel mileage. We're currently getting somewhere around 5.2 miles to the gallon for those vehicles. And the safety features, because of the age of them, they're 2007, 2008 model vehicles. Technology has advanced so much in the last 16 years, so we want to take a look at some of that as we move forward with discussing our current challenges. The lease purchase option is something that is relatively new to school bus transportation. So the lease purchase option is an option where we would go out for a lease, and at the end of that lease, we will own those vehicles. But instead of utilizing a large sum of our capital dollars to make that purchase, we will use our capital dollars to pay that purchase annually. So over a 5-year period or whatever that period should we select. I think it goes up to about 8 years. Typically, the districts around us have looked at a 5-year period. A couple of those districts include Marion, Alachua, and things like that. And so we kind of want to create a balance between our operational dollars, in which we would use for parts and repairs, to our capital dollars to make sure that that equipment that we have is up to date in parts, so it's not costing us as much to run those older vehicles. And so the solution is financial. The solution would be a lease purchase, and some of the benefits to that solution would be some financial flexibility when it comes to allocating funds and dollars. Customization. So we recently moved to a inclusion approach, and so being able to get some new vehicles in the design that will support our inclusive transportation will also help take us in that forward direction that we are looking at. And then it allows us to be able to predict and budget those expenses. So if we went out and bought $500,000 worth of buses on a 5-year lease purchase, we would know we're going to pay an annual payment, $100,000 a year, and it helps us to kind of budget what we need, as well as combat the increased costs. Over the last year and a half, we've seen a 28% increase in the cost of a school bus. Our current school buses are somewhere around $160 now. Before the pandemic, we were around about $118, $120. So the lease purchase option will lock us into whatever the current contract bid numbers are now. The state contract for school bus purchasing changes every 2 years. We are looking at an increase at the end of this school year of approximately 12%.
On top of the 28?
Yes, ma'am. And so some of the cost savings that will impact the operational budget side of the house would be more fuel efficient buses. Our newest buses right now are getting somewhere around 9.5 to 10 miles per gallon, which would be double of what we're getting right now. Lower maintenance costs. Currently, over the last 3 years on our 2008 model buses, we've spent about $207,000 just in parts and repair and maintenance. On our newest fleet 3 years back, we've spent about $110,000, which is $36,000 annually, relative to the $67,000 that we would pay a year for our 2008 models. And so The reason that is because those buses are under warranty. So when a vehicle is under warranty, any large expenses will be covered by the manufacturer for up to 5 years. And if we can get in a good replacement cycle, we will lower the amount of operational dollars that we're spending annually to keep our older model buses on the road. We will replace those vehicles with a lease purchase option and create a cycle so that we kind of stay, about 80% of our fleet will stay under warranty. And then I'll turn this over to Patty so she can kind of talk a little bit more about what a tax-exempt lease purchase looks like and how that works from the financial perspective.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Dr. Rao said that a lease purchase of buses is new to, it's new to us, not new to school districts. And talking with our financial advisor, this is something that they would handle, and they said many school districts do this, especially in the past 2 years because of rising cost. So what that would look like, similar to our tax anticipation note, which I know we didn't have one last year, and we don't anticipate having one this year, which will help with this tax exempt purchase. But we would put the lease out for bid. Banks would bid on it for the financing piece, and whoever gets the lowest bid is who that would go to. All of the RFP process would go through our financial advisor. That's what they're there for. Whoever wins the bid, we would go with them for the financing, and then we get the buses off a state contract, right?
Yes.
So we can specify exactly what we want, just like Dr. Rouse mentioned. It can be tailored to us. It's not like just a stock model. So we have a lot of flexibility in that. We currently budget about $1.2 million for bus purchases each year to keep our fleet current. So what would happen is if our lease payment purchase was $500,000 a year, we would take that out of the 1.2 that we allocate and then still spend the $700,000 on more buses that year. So instead of buying 10, we would probably only buy 5 or 6. That way we're still keeping with our current fleet rotation of buying buses and making sure that we're not getting aged buses like we got into the very bad situation of several years ago when we had to just buy a ton. This way, whenever buses do go bad, you're not losing 20 at a time. You're losing 5, 6, 7. Is that?
Absolutely.
So, like I mentioned, this is a very common thing for school districts. It is something new to us, but now in the economic times that we are in and talking about it, we started talking about 2 years ago among our team. We think this is really the time, and our financial advisor does support that as far as the timing of starting this.
Questions?
Yeah, I have some questions in regards to the lease. So you had said that at the end of the lease, we would own the buses, but if we look at this typically on a car lease, right? So help me out, because that's what I'm comparing this against. You start off with a certain amount, and there's a residual value, and at the end of the lease, there's an amount left over that, and you have options. You can say, you know what, we've driven this car out, we don't want it anymore, here, take it back, or you buy out, you pay the residual, or you trade it in for another car, right? Does this lease work differently than that?
Absolutely. So we are comparing a lease to a lease purchase. And so the lease purchase, in our case, we would look at it 5 years. And so let's say, for example, the max of those vehicles is $500,000. Over the 5 years, that is what we will pay, and we will own those vehicles at the end for the original value in which they were set for. On the lease for the cars, like you said, you do have those options at the end, and you would just trade it in and get another lease. No, but at the end of the lease purchase, we will own those vehicles. They will belong to the district.
Okay.
This is very similar to what we do with our MacBooks and iPads. The only difference is those are over a 3-year period, and this bus would be over a 5-year period. So at the end of the lease purchase for the tech, we own all of them.
So what would be the difference? I guess, I don't know if it's just a matter of terminology here, but what makes the lease more advantageous than a straight out financing? Because typically when you lease a vehicle, you're doing it because one of two things: you want a lower payment, right? And then you don't want to. You may want to change your car every 3 years, so you don't want to commit to the long typical financing. That's kind of the trade-off, where if you finance it, you might go out 5 or 6 years and pay it all off and then own it out right there. I'm just trying to understand where does the lease portion come in to be more advantageous for us?
So for us, let's say for example, if we were going to go out and replace the 16 buses that 2008s that are up, that's going to cost us somewhere around $2.8 million if we were going to do that. If we did a outright purchase, that'd be $2.8 million at the time of delivery, one time. Where if we look at the lease purchased option, that will be 2.8 split over 5 years. And so at that point, if you split 2.8 over 5 years, I think it's going to be somewhere around $548,000 a year annually. We still have that additional money to capital dollars to look at other projects if something was to come up where we don't tie it all up on school buses.
Yeah, I mean, I get the difference between paying cash for them outright, just owning them from the beginning. But I'm just having a disconnect here is there's typically 2 types of financing. There's leasing and there's just typical financing. And I'm just saying, usually there's a reason. In a lease, there's usually a buyout at the end. It sounds like that's not the case here. What would be the difference if we didn't lease it and you just financed it? And do you see where I'm going with that? I mean, is this just totally different than auto financing from a car dealership to the way that works for buses?
I don't think it's any different. I think it's the terminology. The lease purchase, like school districts have a master lease purchase agreement that sometimes they'll do if they do these lease purchases all the time. So if we knew that we were going to do this lease purchase for buses every 2 or 3 years, we would do a master lease purchase agreement to cover those lease purchases for the next 5 years, to cover any technology leases that might happen, things like that. But this is, I don't know if I can answer your question. This is something that I could probably get clarification from for our financial advisor.
Maybe so. Maybe it's just the terminology, but I'm just saying, because maybe it's just in a different world of how we purchase things as a school versus an individual. It's just the term lease that is throwing me off here, right? And it's just like when we're refinancing something, it's called a refund, right? I mean, so is it the same thing like that? Then it's all moot. But because typically leases are not looked at as necessarily the best way always when you want to acquire, when you want to own something outright, right? It's typically if you want to say, hey, I want to lease it because I want to change these out every 3 to 5 years, or you just want a lower payment on something for a period of time. That's typically why people lease vehicles. So that's why I'm just confused that we own it at the end of the lease outright. That's the only part that doesn't.
Yeah, and I honestly think it might be a terminology thing. Okay. This is very common for us. We've done this with our math books for several times. We haven't had to in the past couple of years, but it's just like, I think it's the school district terminology, lease purchase agreement, and it's tax exempt.
I'll chat with you outside of the meeting to still get some.
Yeah, well, I'll get some clarification and then I'll just send it to the board.
Everybody.
Anybody else? Questions?
Yeah,
Dr. Cronk?
Anybody else? And maybe if you don't know this right now, we can get it. Terms of the lease, you know, what the terms of the lease would be?
So again, we would tell them that, hey, we want to look at a 5-year, and then we would lean to our financial advisor to work up the financial part of that term. As far as from the school bus purchase side, it would be the same standard school bus and equipment that we purchase outright.
Right. And so are there, if it's lease versus paying it outright, are there interest payments?
Yes, so the interest right now is averaging about 3.5% to 4%.
So that would be helpful if you're bringing it back. Something like, I don't know if this makes sense to you, looking at the cost, kind of what is the purchase cost, outright purchase, and I think that was one of the differences. You were saying if you were going to buy 5 school buses, you'd have to pay in full if you were purchasing them, right? versus the leased rollout, if you would, on those same, right, you get the same 5 buses, but now year 1 you're paying X, year 2 you're paying X, year 3, year 4 you're paying money. And then the question would be, what's the total interest, to see whether or not it makes sense if we have the money
And our
to just
financial
purchase
advisors
it.
do that for us. Same thing with our debt. There's all kind of scenarios that are done as to whether we should pay off debt early or not. So spreadsheets of, if we did pay off this or if we refinance that. So they do all these scenarios for us just so we can see that it is the best use of our money at that time. So something like that will be provided.
Okay, I think in the
Prior to
agenda
any-
item, that would be helpful for us. I don't know about everybody else, but I know it would be helpful to see kind of the difference
And the total cost.
and what the total cost ends up being, and whether or not it makes sense to spend it in interest or not.
Sure, and talking to PFM, who is our finance people, the conversation with them was, we're gonna meet with the board, explain what we feel is the best interest for this year going forward, and then once we can get some kind of direction, then they can start giving us some hard data to work with.
Because sometimes with a lease too, that the benefits are a tax benefit too as a business to write off, but since we don't pay taxes, we wouldn't receive the benefit that way. So again, just so the bottom line numbers, it's a true outgo at the end of the day, bottom line total number. So I agree with Dr. Conklin, it would be helpful to see what that looks like.
What are the differences?
Sure, and that, like I said, they will give that to us, that's what we.
They live for
pay them for,
spreadsheets.
Yeah,
so.
okay. I have 2 things. The old buses, the 16 old buses we have,
2008.
yeah, 2008, can we sell them?
Yes,
Because
so
I'm
we
sure
do.
there's people that, even though they're killing us, there's outside groups that are gonna be
Yes,
fighting at the bit to
we
get
do
them.
come before you guys to get those items deleted from inventory, and we do put them up for auction, and that money that we do make off of those buses are put back into the
Okay.
general capital fund.
And the other question I have is, how's the insurance work? Because when you lease a vehicle, you pay higher insurance than if you purchase the vehicle. Would that have any impact? I don't know how our bus insurance works.
I would have to
Check into that?
look, rely on Christy and our financial advisors for that.
Okay.
Sometimes the leasing company just requires
Higher
coverages,
higher
yeah.
insurance, yeah, so I would double check on that. Because when you lease, you pay higher than when you buy. So check it out, because they demand a higher level of coverage. So it's something to think about, okay? That's it? That it? Anybody? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody, I guess you're staying.
So thrilled.
Okay, 8.02, Belterra Swimming Racket Club, timeline, fee schedule, benchmarks, Mr. Freeman and Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Chair Massaro, school board members, Superintendent Middlestat. Based off of the direction given to us following the May 16th school board meeting, we are here to present to you a few items to consider as we move forward with the Belterra Swimming Racket Club. For starters, we're going to be showing you a timeline for potential action. The purpose of this section of the presentation is to gain consensus from the school board on adopting a formal timeline for increasing revenue at the Belterra Swimming Racket Club and for setting benchmarks in place to measure success towards the future of the club. Starting with today's presentation, we have gotten the ball rolling in regard to getting in front of you all today, showing a path for what the future could look like for the Belterra Swimming Racket Club. A part of this presentation will include a proposal to update the fee schedule, and we'll go into more detail on that later. Just want to make note that items marked with a bullet point signal a board presentation, while items marked with an arrow just indicate a key date. As you can see here, we would come forward back with the proposed updated fee schedule at the July 11th agenda workshop meeting, followed by the July 25th board meeting for a vote. Following an updated fee schedule, we would next come back in front of the board at the August 15th information workshop. And again, just to make note, these dates are dependent on what we adopt as a school board, just for that. During that August 15th information workshop, we would present 2022-2023 actual revenue and expense data, as well as presenting our budget for the upcoming 23-24 school year. If approved, the updated fee schedule would go into effect September 1st of this year. Now looking at this slide, the next time we would come back before you after the August information workshop would be during the July 16th, 2024 information workshop meeting. And at that meeting, we would present actual revenue and expense data from the 23-24 fiscal year while making note of any outstanding revenues or expenses left for that year. That would then lead into the August 6th agenda workshop of 2024 in regard to a vote on continuing the membership model or moving to a student-focused model. That would carry forward to the August 20th board meeting. The last two dates noted here would be in the event the board decides to end the membership model. In regards to the timeline itself, are there any questions? All right. Moving forward to some highlights for the club. Board, coming up, we have our summer open house weekend coming up this weekend, June 24th and 25th. We have partnered with Flagler Broadcasting getting the word out of this event, and you may have even heard our radio ad across their 4 stations. We will be waiving our daily use fees for the weekend, and we will also be having a free cookout with hot dogs and watermelon in addition to fun prizes and refreshments. Now looking ahead, we are also running print ads in Mint Magazine from July through November, and that ad will feature a variety of coupons as well as directing readers to our newly revamped website, which you can access at flaglerschools.com/BTSRC. Special thanks to the technology team and Ms. Amy McCall in getting that site up to a higher standard. We greatly appreciate their collaboration on that. All right. Board, following the feedback we received following last month's meeting, we have gone ahead and taken a look at our fee schedule and have some proposed changes to share with you. On this slide, as a reminder, you can see what our current membership structure and offerings are. I would like to note that we currently offer 10% discounts for military and employees. And also at this point, we do not charge an annual or a sign-up fee for registering a membership. In addition to that, children 12 years of age and under are free with an accompanied adult membership. All right. And board, on this slide, we have detailed our proposed updated fee schedule. We have consulted with the Belle Terre Advisory Committee in our ongoing collaboration to bolster revenue at the Belle Terre Swim and Racket Club. Looking at our proposed fee schedule, we would increase our monthly membership price from $47 a month to $55. We are also looking to add a variety of family memberships after hearing feedback following numerous community events. For instance, the family annual and family seasonal pass would include 2 adults in the same household plus any legal dependents 22 years of age and under. There is also the option for a single parent family pass, which would include 1 adult plus any legal dependents 22 years of age and under. Previously, children 12 and under were free with an adult member. Moving forward in this direction, children 3 and up would need a membership, which would be either included with a family membership or as a student membership as illustrated here. There's still the continued option of doing $5 for a visit. I also would like to note that moving forward, we would be charging a 4.19% charge for any members that look to update their membership or renew with a debit or a credit card. And that's just the fee we incur from the processor. We've taken a hit on that in years past. We would just be looking at getting that back from our members. A part of this proposal also includes the inclusion of a new $50 annual administrative fee that would be charged to all members. This would also include our insurance members. It would be charged at the time of them joining the club and then on an annual basis. Board, please be mindful, if we go back one, please. Please be mindful of that current membership levels. This proposed fee schedule does not get us to a break-even point. However, it does offer additional membership opportunities for families and community members out there as we look to sell more memberships and try and attempt to generate as much revenue from this site as possible. As far as the proposed fee schedule goes, are there any questions?
Yeah, I think they're way too low.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
for the senior citizens, the insurance ones, it would be just that $50 annual.
Correct.
Keep in mind, not everybody has ever been charged an administrative fee, and you can't really do anything else with insurance except have a cost when they register. So the advisory council was they were the ones that recommended everybody pays a flat fee of $50. That's going to increase off the top immediately the income.
Well, okay, that's good. That's
Yep.
one-off, but I mean, the discount that we're giving for annual membership is way too much. I mean, to give basically like 50%, it looks like, and then
Where's that?
well, see,
$650?
No, I think what he's doing
300.
is doing 55 times 12 and then comparing that to the cost of an
Okay.
annual at 300.
Yeah, and I mean, a gym in
Oh,
town here, I
adult
looked
annual, I
at the
see.
gym,
Mhm.
average for a gym that's not Planet Fitness
Yeah.
that charges $10 is like $35 just for the gym, and we have a sauna, and we
Yeah.
have, tennis courts, or whichever ones are operating, and, and then we have a heated pool.
Mhm.
This is another part of our problem. If we're gonna keep this going, we cannot give this thing away anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing, really what it should be is that the membership be at that $55 there per person, all encompassing. Why are we giving discounts for a year membership so steep?
So what we're trying in attempts to do and talking with our community partners that utilize the pools, we don't want to price ourselves out. We do understand the need to raise our prices and the fact that we need to be able to try and get to a point where we're breaking even. And we just raised our prices just back at the end of 2022, and what we're worried about is if we keep increasing it, we're just going to price ourselves out to where our existing membership will die out. So what we're trying to do is at least propose a fee schedule that's going to allow for families and other different types to come in, give different options, and try and grow it through there, while we're also incorporating advertising and things of that nature. To go with another price hike with our annual, we're just worried about potentially just pricing ourselves out of being in the mix.
Well, I mean, I don't know how we price ourselves out if we're at market rate. You know what I mean? Again, it's a matter of if we're gonna run this thing like a business, we have something of value that people want, right? And I heard from many people that came to speak at the last vote on this here that said, hey, they'd be willing to put more money up to keep this club going. And that's what it's gonna take to keep this club going and for a foreseeable future. If the goal is truly to wait for a YMCA to come, then we need to start charging for what this place is worth, right?
Mhm.
And at $55 a month, there's nowhere in town that offers a pool, a gym, a sauna, tennis courts, so I mean, it shouldn't be hard to sell this because and the people that are there now want it to continue. They've got to pay what it's worth to use it.
I think the adult annual needs to definitely be more.
Yeah, I
So
think
that's
if
pretty,
if
it
you
is
look
low.
at.
If you looked at $55 a month.
Well, if you looked at $55 a month annually,
Yeah, you're
that's
600.
$660,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean, even if you did 35, is that what you said Planet Fitness was?
Well, no,
It's
Planet is like $10, and they have a
$10 a
$20.
month.
But if you look at like Empower, or there's a few others in that kind of thing where they have a large, and we have a pretty sizable gym there. I mean, it's not a small little place. It's around $35 if you're not taking any classes or anything else. And then it's like, if you have classes, it's like almost $70 a month. So if we look at it and saying like, hey, our pool is kind of like that added value, which I think is probably even more valuable than, say, fitness classes per se in dollars, and it's heated, and it's year round. It's not a seasonal pool. I mean, you add all these things up because essentially for
If you did 35 for 12 months, it'd be $420. So even if you raised it to $450.
Yeah, and then they got the $50 on top of that.
Yeah, because right now, if say this were enacted and we move forward, someone would be paying $350 all in on an annual basis.
Right.
Well, I mean, the concern is more of these the package
Or don't
discounts.
do the annual.
Yeah, I would say we just go to a
Don't do
straight
the administrative
flat
fee.
rate.
They want everybody paying $50.
Go to.
Oh, that's for insurance.
That's everything.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
captures
even
your
if
insurance.
we
Yeah.
did, and it was charged per person, times 12 times 2. I mean, even if we use the monthly rate from the previous pricing, and just move that forward to here, and then just
Got rid of the annual.
and get rid of the annuals altogether,
It's not
then
bad.
everybody's paying a fair value for the use of the facility.
Do you think there would be concern, though, that people would only use it for, say, 4 months?
Well, that's where I was concerned with the family seasonal pass, because in lieu of a $20,000 in-ground pool, if I can every year for the summer, get my whole family into a heated, nice pool for $165.
Well, maybe we could have a
pretty
kids,
good value.
a reduced kids membership, but I think the adults should be paying the full rate, because a lot of our, I mean, just based on what I've witnessed without any, strong data, most of our people that use our facilities seem to be senior citizens, and they may not have kids, right? So I think if we just had a monthly rate for individually, right? And no package, no annual, and then we could have a reduced rate for kids to add on to it. I think we'd have some hope with this thing.
I'll be honest though, I'd be nervous to get rid of the adult annual. I think keeping the adult annual and keeping the adult monthly, but raising the adult annual to like say $450.
I'd say 400. They're gonna pay 50 every year anyway.
Yeah, we had originally looked at 400. And,
Yeah, and what was
and-
their
and we felt-
advisory council not happy?
Well, we felt that we could get more members at the adult annual of 300 than those at the 400. We would offset it.
We did receive pushback from the advisory. We did receive pushback on
I
that
know
400.
they were worried. They just
What was
mentioned
it
they were
last
worried.
year?
This year, it's currently at 300 for an
And
adult
what was
annual.
it
We just raised it.
From what?
It wasn't enacted, and when we brought it back, we brought it back at 300. Prior to that, I believe it was 225.
Yeah, so we had just raised it, and they were concerned with a change of fees. But this way, they bought this approach.
How many paying members do we have again?
Right now, across all of our different paying structures, we're at about 168 paying members.
We had some 65 and olders that they were saying they would pay something, whether it was half a membership or something.
And there's different things we can look at. We looked at the potential of splitting it off to where you had a basic membership, which was gym, sauna, and tennis courts, and then having an add-on for the pool. And talking with some members in the community as well as staff who had been there, it was my impression that they tried it before and it was confusing and it caused a drop-off. So in a year where we're trying to boost as much revenue, trying to have as much stability while making incremental changes is what we were kind of pushing for.
Well, I would think, to me, that if we left the monthly at 55 and then made I would be good with an annual adult that would be $40 a month at $480. I think that could work for the annual individual adult, right? And then we don't have the other packages.
So for some background, when we go out and we go to, like, say, our summer camp showcase and we meet with families, whether it's at Buddy Worth and we have a booth set up, probably the number one question we get is, are there family packages or family plans? Because a family's going to want to come in and be able to pay, one price and be able to have, bring their spouse, bring their kids. So that's one of the things we were trying to incorporate in this proposed fee schedule, is trying to encompass something that would be appetizing for the families. And at our 165 price point for the family seasonal pass, it's understanding or trying to understand just what a family would use a pass for. Most likely they're going to be using it for the swimming pool. You're not probably going to see the family using the gym or anything like that. So being mindful with that, I believe Frida Zamba charges $160 for their family seasonal pass. So trying to do something that's in line with the market while being competitive, but also understanding that we do offer other amenities.
Yeah.
But these get us down to the rates like insurance packages. And that's been the demise of our membership. We've got to come to terms that if we're going to make this thing work, we have to charge what it costs to operate this thing. And we still have 800 other members, if the numbers are still the same, of insurance that we're still just going to get those pennies from them.
Plus $50 each.
Yeah, one time, okay. But
Annually, but that adds
helps.
up.
It
does add up.
It does add up. It
adds
helps.
up.
50 times, 800, that's what?
40,000.
Yeah, 40,000. That's gonna help a lot.
That's a big punch. It is.
For the insurance, I'm really pleased to see that, and we're gonna be collecting that in this fiscal year.
Yeah, pending board approval on any adjustment to our fee schedule.
Right.
It would be with that.
Yeah.
Well, whether it's a package or not, at the end of the day, it just needs to net the right number, right? If it just wants to be a round number for the families to call it a package, we just have to generate enough revenue out of it to make sense out of it, right? So if it's just easier to say family package and we just have to peg a number to it. But, I'm thinking, $40 a month to have access to a pool year-round heated and at a fully equipped gym and tennis courts and, I mean, you would have to go to a nice golf club to get these kind of amenities, right? I mean, so that's not an unreasonable number to ask to participate, to be a member here.
How much does, I'm sorry, how much does Frida Zamba, I'm trying to find it on their website, how much does Frida Zamba charge for their?
So monthly $25, and they offer certain discounts for senior citizens and things like that, but for just a basic overall, it's $25 a month for their pool.
But they're not heated and they're not.
Well, they are heated. No, they are heated. They just weren't doing it.
But are they heating the pool now?
Yeah, they're going to. They passed, yes, but they'll heat it this winter, but they didn't prior to this.
So even if we looked at 25 and we looked at your 40 recommendation and we split it somewhere, if you look at somewhere around 35 that might be competitive, and we kept it around 400 or 420, well, then you might be able to hold on to some of your membership because you're going to be.
I would say, I mean, personally, I could compromise at the 35 on as a factor for the annual, right?
What's the 35 times 12?
420.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to be.
So
plus,
I mean,
yes, plus the 50.
If we're getting the 50 up front,
right?
From
that would.
Then, and if we do get all that 50 from the insurance members, I mean, right there, that's a huge chunk of that, of our deficiency and loss. And if we can just pick up the rest and just get that gap down under an $80,000 annually loss, and hopefully down to zero one day. But I think at 8, I think we could stomach the 80 because we realized that was what it was going to cost to run the facility, whether we had this going or not. Then I see some hope for this to have some longevity.
The other question that I had was the use of facilities for like these, the two major swim programs.
Synchro Bells and Fluid.
Yeah, sorry, went right out of my mind. What's the fee structure there?
So
do we do it just by time, or do we do it by
So both are special.
User?
Those two are special because the Synchro Bells have a memorandum of understanding that they were grandfathered in at about, I believe, $30 an hour. While Fluid, they fall under School Board Policy 320 because their organizer is a school board employee, so they pay a flat rate annually. I checked it, $250.
It is $285, and then there's an administrative fee on top of that, $35, I think.
Okay, good, because, I mean, that may be something we need to look at. Because you're talking about $30 an hour, and they probably have, I don't know how many kids run through that.
So it varies. So for Synchro Bells, they'll use it about 3 days, 2 to 3 days out of the week, and they'll utilize half the pool in the deep end. Fluids primarily use it towards the end part of the day and after hours.
Or the beginning part.
Or they also have a master's program that uses the mornings.
So is it cheaper for a school employee to form an organization than for them to have a family annual pass? I'm just trying to figure, that sounds really low.
It is.
I'm just trying, so, no, but can you answer that? Like, if I go, hey, I'm now the swim.
That is a very fair point,
whatever.
given.
And I'm paying what, 200 a year?
You're right.
Yeah.
So if I'm a teacher, I'm like, hey.
But you're making bank.
But it has to be associated with one of the clubs.
You have to create a club.
It's
with
it's one of the FHA, SA clubs, and there's a manual that spells out what those clubs are. So it has to be associated. That's what the board policy is.
It's just not anything. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like I can just start a swim club.
And Fluids is tied in with USA Swimming, which falls under that with FHSAA.
But that's why it was a moneymaker for us at the time.
Yeah. The only concern about increasing, and I know this is what we're gonna hear, increasing the cost, I think it should go above 300, is they believe they can sell more memberships at 300. So if you pump it up and sell less memberships, you're not making as much money if you keep it down
But
and sell lots.
I think even focusing their conversation
You know?
in their cell is it's only $35 a month.
Well, no, if you do it that way, that's what I'm saying, I think it's
I mean, if
feasible.
it's $420, it's
feasible.
$35 a
No,
month for a pool, a sauna, and a gym.
And I think to add on top of
And
this, one thing we did
courts.
discuss, and I think is wonderful, is it has to be credit card purchased with automated renewals.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're losing a lot of money, we're trying to track down people.
Yeah.
So this will be automated unless they come and stop it.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, yeah, I think if it's the annual deal, then that's requiring the auto renewal.
All of them.
All of them.
Even the
All
monthly,
of
so
them.
everything will
The
just
only thing that's
automatically-
not gonna be annual renewal will be the family seasonal pass, the seasonal passes.
Yeah, so
Anything
currently,
that's annual or monthly, it's automated.
so currently given feedback that we've received from that advisory committee is looking at our member tracking software, and we're currently looking to make an upgrade to that so that we're able to have more recurring, bills to the members and things like that. So it's on a recurring basis. We're able to better track and understand and run better reports, so we have better data on our utilization and our membership
So,
base.
On top of the 35 though,
Mhm.
we are also going to be charging them the 4% for the credit card processing fee.
For instance, yeah, so if I came in and I wanted to purchase an annual membership at the rate of $420 and I wanted to use a credit or debit card, it would then be the 4.19% on
Okay,
it.
gotcha. Or they can
Or
write a
they-
check.
they can- or they can do a
and
check.
avoid the fee, okay.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
All right. Do you know, just off the hand, like how much we paid in credit card fees last year?
When we come back before the board in August and we go over our expenses for this past year, we'll be able to highlight all of our rev track fees.
That just, again, would go back to basically the
yeah.
bottom line. So.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, you're right.
Okay. So feedback I'm hearing in regards to this is bumping our annual adult rate to about $420, keeping that $50 administrative fee intact.
Yeah, but you know what? Put in parentheses, $35 a week. No, I'm serious.
35 a month.
A month, rather. 35 a month, because that's.
To contextualize it.
Yes, that would make more sense. A lot of people won't process that very quickly.
So dealing with the family pass, then we have to come up with a rate for children. I mean, it might be better to
Don't
just
you
come
have
up with a
one?
children's rate, because what if they have 4 kids, you know what I mean? Because
Mhm.
that would only cover 2, right?
No, so
No.
for our current family member or family structure, it would be anyone in that household that's a legal dependent, 22 years of age and under. And that mirrors the language that we've seen with other facilities such as the YMCA
Yeah, that's
and what
good.
they have constituted as a family membership. And currently, we do offer a student membership at $20 a month or $200 annually.
Yeah, no, I think it's good.
So we'll look at adjusting the annual and seeing how that affects our other kind of package deals as well.
Okay.
Right, yeah, because it has to be, it has to be in somewhat in,
It can't be cheaper
yeah,
for
you
your
have to
single
want-
family pass. than-
Exactly, it's gotta have to
Yeah.
be relative in pricing, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
using that as the start point,
Mhm.
okay.
And the other piece is too, for budget-wise, is we have to look at cutting down our costs as best we can. So that's something else we're all looking at.
Mhm.
Where feasible.
All right.
No, it looks good. Really good. I mean, yes.
Okay, we have one more part.
Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate the feedback. So this last part is benchmarks for success. Now, background, during the May 16th business meeting, y'all had discussions about hitting a certain benchmark to continue the membership model past this most recent extension. The purpose of this section is to determine that benchmark and gain consensus for the upcoming August information workshop, where we will be presenting our budget for the upcoming year, as well as revenues and expenses for this current year, 22-23. So,
I just wanted to just go back also again to those dates. So this would run under this structure until, so you'd come back to us on July 16th with the results of the previous year's
Yeah.
results? Okay.
Yeah.
And then
August we vote.
August we vote, okay, so.
And that's what we've said, because they need time to talk to the insurance
Alright.
people.
So then December, so that would give time to either renegotiate or end the insurance contracts.
Correct, so.
Because right now, are we in a cycle right now where the contracts are not negotiable until this time?
We can start those negotiations and try and have it be in effect for the next plan year. Preliminary conversations with other agencies have been that we're kind of already at or above market value or industry standard for what we get for our per insurance usage.
Well, no, I'm referring to the supplement idea to charge. I wanted to revisit that.
That could be enacted at any point by the school board. We just have to give our insurance members enough notice, which would probably be between 60 to 90 days.
Well, I think we should do that right now as part of this. This cycle, because that was that. I mean, I'm telling you right now, if we can get like $25 from the insurance members, I mean, that almost will solve the whole problem.
Well,
I mean, on its
but
own.
He's getting 50.
Yeah, we're doing the $50 annual administrative.
Yeah, but one time we would get it every month from
the insurance companies. What he's saying.
So I'm saying
we wouldn't get it from the insurance companies.
No,
we would get the insurance because
the increase that you would get.
Well, if we go back, because just to revisit that conversation and what that was kind of discussed, how it would look like, is that the gym memberships are supposed to, technically, all you need is a gym to get that money. Most gyms do not have a pool. We have a pool, so they've been getting more value out of this membership than other gyms because we have a pool. And I think that's why we have 800 memberships, right? So, but if we separate that and only offer the gym component for the insurance plans, which we only make in some cases $5 a month, and then make the pool for them a supplement of $25. I mean, my goodness, I think we launched this thing to a zero loss between these price changes and the supplement from the insurance company. I think we're at a very least a break even.
So in order to do that, we have to change our structure as a membership, because what we offer to the public is what we need to then offer to our insurance members. So I touched on briefly about having a basic membership, that would be gym, sun, that's what we would have to enact in order to then get an add-on fee for the pool from insurance. So what that could look like is we could come back before the board at the agenda meeting and show this is what it would look like with, say for $30 a month, you get the gym, the sauna, and the tennis courts, and then that's extrapolated out to an annual cost. And if you also want to get, say, an Aquatics Plus membership, it would be $25 more a month and make that, an annual. And then you can go and look at the insurance members and go, we charge $25 as an add-on to anyone coming off the street to add it on to their membership. We're also going to charge that to you.
So we're charging the insurance or the?
It would be the individual member. Now, if the member wants to go to their insurance and say, hey, the racket club's now charging me an additional fee, would you cover that? That's on, each individual on their
So
plan.
we can't negotiate that, is what you're saying.
So we've made the contact with the insurance companies, and they have told us we would have to make sure that we offer whatever our basic is to those insured, and anything add-on would also have to be an add-on for the general public.
Okay.
Well, if you think about it, like right there, if we have 800 insurance participants, right? And let's just say, gosh, 50% say, I'm out of here, right? So if I'm doing this right, 400 members times $25 is $10,000 a month, times 12 is $120,000. I mean, even if half the insurance members left because they had to pay a supplement, that almost that almost solves the problem, right? Plus we have these additional, again, we don't know until we put it out there.
Yeah.
But again, many of the insurance members that were there, because I raised that as a major concern, they said they would be willing to pay. So I think that at 50%, that's a pretty good conservative approach to this.
So can we look at that next month? Joshua, it sounds like you guys
Yeah,
have
so-
kind of a,
he has an
it's ready
idea.
to go. Is there somebody who's already currently like at the pool, who's looking at a pool pass, or would that require a staff member to then look at the pool pass versus just a regular membership pass?
So we would have to look into it. In order for it to work as far as being a supplement or an add-on for insurance, it would have to be an add-on for everyone. So our basic, in order to get pool access, you would have to have the basic, so you pay for the gym, and you would have to pay for the pool on top of it. You could still do the daily fee of $5 if you just wanted to come in and use the pool.
Yeah, the other thing that if we did this, it's a little bit complicated on somebody comes in and they're coming just to use the pool, or they're coming to just use the gym. I mean, if they have
So
an
you
That's what
aquatic.
I'm saying.
identify.
We'd have
Yeah.
to- Right,
Oh,
there would
yes.
have to be a way of.
We would have to work on the logistics of making
multi-pass.
sure how we can
Yes.
identify those members that are paying for pool access and those who are not.
I have seen and again, this is just one quick idea, just to throw out because it was brought up. You could, for those that have pool memberships, when they check in, they could get a colored band.
Yeah, rubber
And then
band.
that way, at least that, that people can
Mhm.
quickly identify that, hey, that
Yeah.
person doesn't have a band on.
Yeah.
I mean, just a primitive way.
And they had to have them on.
Yeah, they have to
They
have
had
them on to be in the pool.
To be in the water.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, that works. All
So-
right.
But
Yeah.
my only other thing before we end the conversation, this is a very emotional conversation. When we come out of this, you mentioned benchmarks. I mean, I would love to know specifically in a year,
Mhm.
what are the numbers or
I agree.
what, right?
Yeah.
So that it's not like,
I was thinking.
because inevitably, if it is, hey, we're looking to do a membership
Mhm.
or a student-focused only, we're going to hear the same
Right.
comments,
Yep.
right? So if it can be as black and white
Mhm.
and objective versus
Yep.
subjective as possible, I think that is what is needed.
Absolutely.
And
And
we're
that-
probably already there, Joshua, thank you. I just
No,
wanna-
you're good.
And I want to know what those things are.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So as far as, switching the topic to potential benchmarks, it's for the board to, of course, decide and come to a consensus on. These are 3 potential options. And keep in mind the numbers associated with these costs we're currently looking into, and we'll be able to present that at the August information workshop. So one of them would be breaking even on operational costs. So whatever it costs to operate, that would be where we need our revenue to match. Or it could be breaking even on operational costs minus the amount it would take to operate the facility as student-focused. Whether that's the number ranges in the 80s to 90s or so forth, we'll be able to come before you with more information. So that would be a potential on, we're okay, we know we're gonna have to spend X amount to keep the pool open anyway. Are you comfortable with those being the losses as a membership model? And the third one would be setting an acceptable amount of loss above the amount it is estimated to cost the district to operate the facility as a student focus. So say, for instance, it costs the district $90,000 to keep the pool running operational every year, but it cost us $110,000 to keep it open to members. You would then, with that option, set that acceptable amount of loss for what we guide as a benchmark for success for continuing the membership model.
Would it be reasonable to think about that as a phase-in? In other words, in this first year, as they're kind of building back, that the first year is,
We have a year.
well, I'm just saying, if they meet that benchmark, right? If it's the losses, whatever the loss is this year.
Or you want, at minimal, you want
And
to
maybe
be
we'll know more
even,
when we
yeah.
know the numbers, the final numbers, but looking at what the loss is gonna be this coming year, if there is a loss, right, that it's minimal. And then by year 2, if they meet that
Mhm.
benchmark, the first year, by year 2, it's smaller, and eventually it's
Well,
0.
yeah, I
or-
mean,
or in
for-
the plus.
From my
Because
perspective,
sometimes it takes
as an initial goal, I
times to
agree,
build things
reasonable
back.
expectations that they can, that it's, but at the same time, like, I think at the very least, the goal should be that we should have this down to that we're not losing any more than it would cost if we just had it as a student-focused thing. That's just
I
my,
agree.
that's
I
my
agree.
view.
How do we know
That's
what
the
that
goal.
is?
Well, the numbers
had an
was
estimate.
$82,000 of loss.
So with that being said, at the August information workshop, we're gonna show you what our budget is for this coming year, as well as what our revenue and expenses were for this past year.
Okay, that'll be
And then we'll
helpful.
also do a column showing if this were to be student-run,
Yeah.
these are our anticipated costs
Yeah.
based on current trends.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we
And
want
that
to
way
be as
that's
close
it.
to that as
Yeah.
possible.
The goal is to exceed the expectations.
Yeah, you're right, but we
But that
want,
would
but
be
that's our bottom
enough
line.
to keep moving forward, right?
Agree,
Instead of-
agree.
And, I mean, the thing that's challenging for me right now is that even that was up for discussion,
Mhm.
even that was a heated thing. So, again, to me, I know you guys talk a lot with the advisory board, and I think that's great. At the end of the day, it's these 5 board members, right? And so I would hope that these 5 board members would agree on the numbers, and whether, because if that is open for discussion as well a year from now, again, as black and white as it can be, we are saying that our operating costs are this, these 5 members say, yes, that's what we are saying the operating costs are, and this is what we're measuring it against.
Right, and to that point, we want to come back on the 11th of July, that's the agenda meeting.
Yep, that's just for the fee schedule.
And for the fee schedule, we need the board to make a decision at that time and not push it back to August because we want to get these fees implemented in September.
Yeah,
So-
gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody good? All right.
Do you, I'm
Good
sorry,
work.
last question. Do you have what you need for July, for any kind of memberships? Family, seasonal?
As far as
As
So-
the numbers that we discussed,
Right.
I think we do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I
just
feel
wanted to make
confident being able to
sure.
come back,
Right.
and if I have any questions, I'll be sure to follow up.
Mr. Furry had talked about the insurance and the $25. I mean, we will
New
look
start for
into
September,
that.
yeah.
Right. And so I just want to make sure all of that is part of this fee schedule.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. It's a lot of work.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Chairman Sorrow, at this time, I'd like to request that we do an adjustment to the agenda and that we go ahead and talk about the superintendent search prior to board policy 205. And I think Superintendent Middlestat is going to.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, so we're gonna hold 11:01, and we're going right now to 11.02 superintendent search. We are on time certain this evening because at 5 o'clock we have a retirement celebration, and we would like to participate in that. So, and then we'll go back again at 6 o'clock for our evening meeting. All right, so having here at the table, we have Ms. Andrea Messina from Executive Director at FSBA, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we have Mr. Bill Vogel and Mr. John Ryan.
Hello, Ms. May.
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome
Thank
you
you.
to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have a number of items to bring before the board today. The first thing that I would like to discuss is we typically would like to do a pre-search work session, which is really a discussion with the board. One of the reasons we do this particular conversation is so that we can calibrate between and among board members where the district is. We ask questions related to strategic plan, roles, responsibilities, relationships, things like that. Originally, we had that proposed for today, but we're not going to have the time to do that. So I'm going to ask, as we go through, and Mr. Reichert's going to talk about the tentative timeline, that we would bump this particular part of the conversation today down to July 25th. That meeting originally was supposed to start at 1, but that maybe we could start at noon to ensure that we have the time we need to have the important conversation. So that's the first thing I want to put out there and see if anybody has a conflict with starting at noon on July the 25th. Does that work for everyone?
Should be.
So, are you suggesting that we will have an hour to have a conversation around the 5 board members?
No, I'm suggesting that
Sorry.
we would need an additional hour from what's already allocated to make sure that we have the time we need.
Gotcha.
And we want to give you the outline in advance so you can gather your thoughts and be prepared to have the conversation.
Is the 25th a date because
We're
I'm out
meeting.
of town on that day. Did we already set that as a date?
Yeah,
That's our
it is
agenda
our
meeting.
normal meeting.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
July 11th is our
I have
information
25th.
workshop, I believe.
You know why? Because it would have been, July 4th is the first Tuesday.
Correct. So July 11th.
That's why they moved it.
So I thought
we
the
moved
4th
it.
and the 18th.
No, we
the
went to the
4th.
11th and the 25th.
I got you.
Yeah,
So we went to the 11th and the 25th, so yes, that is right.
that is correct.
So I'm not sure,
So
Dr.
what's the
Conklin, is that a
deal?
conflict for you?
I'm supposed to be in Wisconsin.
The entire
What
meeting
about-
date's a conflict for her.
What about the July 11th date?
Yeah, that's fine.
So board, would you like to try and
So
move
sorry.
the July 11th?
What sounds like
Messina?
we need to get with you guys on.
Didn't we have conflicts?
We have a retreat scheduled for the 11th.
Yeah, we do have the retreat scheduled for that, and then we were gonna have about an hour in between, if I recall correctly on that.
No, because retreat, well, depends.
Yeah.
11
No,
a.m.
so the 11th won't work anyway for these.
We have a conflict that day, but you said the 18th?
Okay, that won't work.
Is that what I heard you guys say?
The 18th. That's in between.
I'm probably gonna be working. Maybe be here Tuesday night at work.
The 18th.
I got screwed up because of the
Holiday.
moving of the holiday.
Yep.
Sorry.
Are you July 18th? No, actually, I'm off.
Bill, do you have the 18th available?
I have it.
John and I,
I'm so sorry.
John and I are available.
I'm available.
Is everybody?
I have 18th available.
I am.
Yes,
open.
yes, probably. Colleen, you're available on the
Yes,
18th?
forgot my
Yes.
phone.
I think we have to do it, even if Bill can't make
No,
it.
I can
John
make
and
it.
I can do it.
I can make it.
Okay.
July 18th, yeah.
All right, what time do you want to do that then on the 18th? Because we're wide open.
In the morning?
Doesn't
That
matter.
work?
Well, are you traveling? That's what Wayne.
Okay, see what Andrea's got.
I,
Did you want to do that at 12? Just like do you want to just move the 25th to the 18th? and
that
start
that
at
would be
12?
helpful, because I'll be coming in from Tallahassee.
Okay.
That way I don't have to
All
stay
right, so
overnight
it's going to be at
before.
noon.
Okay.
All right.
I apologize.
No problem.
Glad we're having this
Yeah,
conversation.
me too.
So then, I will ask Ms. Gavin if you could give them a copy of the agenda so they know the types of questions we're gonna be asking, and that way they come.
They have that with them. The agenda, they have it in their packets.
We do?
It's called a pre-search work session?
Yeah, they have it in their
okay.
packet.
Okay, I didn't see it attached to Board Docs, so I wasn't sure.
Correct.
It must be the next page or something.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So that's number one. Next item, I'm gonna have John review with you a tentative timeline that we've put together to try to meet the goals as we understand them, but we also recognize that you may have some questions and/or shifts in the agenda. So, John, I'll let you walk through the timeline.
Thank you, and again, good afternoon, members. I did receive kind of an initial rough draft from Ms. Gavin, and so I've kind of taken that with some of the items that she had, added a few items. So I would like just to hit the high points of this timeline as we move forward. Again, of course, the day, June 20th, we'll address a few more issues after going over the timeline. Again, based on what Ms. Gavin had on June, I guess this evening, you're kind of approving the contract.
They've already approved it.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's okay.
We're already approved.
So July 25th, we've changed to the 18th, and that would be at 12 o'clock here in this facility, in this room. We'll talk a little bit this afternoon about an online survey to receive some community input on their thoughts of the qualities and characteristics of the next superintendent. And our timeline would have that online survey running open for public input from your website from July 28th through August the 11th. Close it on August the 11th. And then on August 15th, we would have a workshop to discuss the results of the online survey with the board to help identify, based on your input then, the qualities and characteristics of the next superintendent. We had that also August 15th meeting because we understand the board would like to have a citizens advisory committee to do some initial screening of the applicants who would apply for the position. That's an option. We put it in. We can discuss the membership of that committee. If you do decide to have a citizens advisory committee to screen applications, typically school boards have said, we have, for an example, 5 major organizations in this county that we must have on this committee. You would pick one representative from each of those organizations. Then the board would say, and each member would have the option to identify 2 or 3 members of the public that you would like to serve on the committee. So there are some ways we can talk about how you want to identify members of your advisory committee. Advisory committees, if there is 15 to 20, 25 folks on that committee, we certainly have worked with groups that size before. I would kind of serve as the contact for that committee to work them through the process. So an advisory committee is an option that we build into this timeline. Also at that August 15th meeting, we would talk about finalizing the vacancy advertisement venues. Once the board identifies the minimum qualifications and any preferred qualifications, then we would work to identify the 5 areas that we would recommend you advertise in and what fees would be associated with that. But that would be, again, an item for discussion on August the 15th. We then would kind of move on to August the 18th on the second page where the advertisement period would begin. So on the advertisement, we would look to come up with what we would refer to as a one-page advertisement, which will have a paragraph or two about Flagler County, the high points, and I'm sure your public relations department can provide some information that would be kind of an intro to Flagler County for applicants and tell the applicants about Flagler County if they're not aware already. We would put the minimum qualifications in, the preferred qualifications that you would have, the salary range that you're going to open to offer the candidate from a low end to a high end, the initial length of contract you might offer, things of that nature is what we would put into that advertisement, one-page ad, and have the board look at and approve that. Our advertisement period would then end September the 15th. It's about a 30-day window. I'm sure folks will know about the vacancy in Flagler. Most Florida folks who were interested probably already know. It doesn't take 6 weeks or 8 weeks to advertise. Usually if you advertise a month, your interested candidates are going to know about the advertisement. Once the advertisement closes, we then would have 2 meetings of your advisory committee if you choose to move forward with that. I will have a lot of pre-work with them beforehand via email to prepare them for the initial meeting. Andrew would work with Ms. Gavin to develop a sunshine video, the Florida government and the sunshine laws, because this group, once you formally appoint this group of, say, 20 members, they will be under the requirement of Florida government and public records and sunshine. So we need to train them pretty quickly. If there are some government folks on that committee, they'll probably already know. But if they're regular citizens, then we need to make them aware of sunshine so we don't get any violations there. So those are a couple of the things that we'll have prepared to work with this committee prior to their first meeting. After the advisory committee has 2 meetings to identify a top group of candidates. We don't tell the advisory committee that you need to identify 7 or 6 or 5 or 10. They identify what your committee says would be candidates that they feel the board should continue to consider. So if, let's say, you get 25, 30 applicants, this committee may send you 12 persons for you to further consider. They may narrow it to 8. But we always tell the committee that the board certainly can add anyone to the list that comes out of the advisory committee for their consideration. So that would be the goal of this committee, is to send forward out of the total applicants a number that they feel are strong enough for you to further consider as a board. So that would be the goal of that committee. I will say too that we'll develop for this committee a set of guidelines that they should follow. There are some things that we want to make them aware of, that their responsibilities, the do's and don'ts, and we'll have you look at those guidelines as well prior to our first meeting of the advisory committee. After the advisory committee then submits to the board their list of persons for your further consideration, that will get to the board to you on the 29th of September. On October the 3rd, the board would then have a workshop to identify a number of semifinalists if you would like to have semifinalists. So let's say that, for example, the committee sends you 12 names. You may say from those 12 names, we like these 10 persons for our further consideration. You might identify them as then 10 semifinalists. We would then receive, and Ms. Messina would work with you to develop one burning question that you would have from each board member. We would then send that burning question to your semifinalists that you've identified at this October meeting. Then we'll ask them to respond to 3 of those questions via video response and two in writing. And we give them about a week to do that. It's built in for them to return those responses to Ms. Messina. You then will get those as part of additional information to help you determine from this group of, say, 8 to 10 semifinalists, whatever you identify, it would help you in determining which finalists you want to identify to bring on-site for interviews here in Flagler County. So that workshop to identify the finalists would be October the 17th. And then we built in for the week of October 30th, that week we'll have the on-site interviews. And we can talk later about more details about those 2 days of on-site interviews. Typically, boards will have the first day where they'll have sit as the total body and interview each candidate for an hour and a half. Go through the day, and let's say, again, make this up, you have 4 finalists. You'll interview each finalist for an hour and a half each as a sitting body. That evening could be an option for a community meet and greet where all the community can come and meet your 4 finalists if that's what you identify. We'll have opportunities during the day of those interviews and that evening. A QR code will make available so your public can provide comments about each of the finalists. You'll receive that input as we go through that evening. The next day, typically, boards will have an individual 1-hour interview with each of the finalists one-on-one. So after that first full day of board interviews as a sitting body, a meet and greet that evening, you would get the community's input that evening via the QR code from Ms. Messina. And then you would have the next day to do a 1-hour one-on-one interview with each of the 4 finalists. After that, then of course the following week would be November the 7th. It's when you would have your special board meeting to select your new superintendent.
There's a lot
That's a lot
here.
to it.
Yeah. We don't want you to, that's why we take it a little at a time, because if we tried to get it all done at once, it would be a little much. So we try to, at one meeting, do what's next.
Right, so just to
Move
kind
along.
of give a quick recap, online survey is a big activity to get community input.
Yeah.
We receive that community input, we work with the board then to develop qualities, characteristics, minimum and preferred qualifications. You then would set the advertisement criteria based on that input from the community, minimum qualifications, preferred qualifications, salary range. We advertise for the month. During the advertisement period, and I did forget this, once the ad is open, if at the end of that first week we receive 2 applications, I would work with sending those applications to maybe the clerk to the board or your contact person for that person to send those directly to you as board members. So as the applications come in and we clear them as complete applications based on what you want to see in the packet, you'll get them as soon as I get them and clear them. And we typically have the applications come through FSBA.
And we
So-
do that intentionally. John, why?
You may have internal candidates, and we just want to keep your personnel department out of any limelight of being accused of holding applications or encouraging applications. It's really, we want to take any possibility of any criticism away from that department. So I know they work hard enough.
Got to keep everyone above reproach,
Yes.
and we want to make sure there's that arm's length so that there's no hint of impropriety.
John, do you want to talk about the website portal and the contents of that? Because I think that's a key item that we use for communicating with the public.
Right,
And,
the
we've
website-
worked with
Wait,
Brian.
before we go there, Bill, hold on a second.
Okay.
We want to make sure, are there any edits to the timeline?
I have a concern.
Yes.
My concern is on the, when you open up the, I got it right here, what to do with it.
Survey.
Yes, the survey, because that is a time frame that we're gonna have a lot of parents and kids on vacation in the community.
When does your school
The
start?
10th.
Starts
Now,
on the 10th?
staff will be back, but that's a short time frame too. So I'm just a little concerned that is a big time for people. They lose their camps, they're all closed.
Could we actually open it
So that's my
like
concern.
after July 18th?
That would be
Because we
fine.
moved
I
up
don't know.
The reason it's where it is because based on the timeline,
No, I get that.
we want to make sure to have the input before you have the advertisement, because it would drive that. So what if we did this, Chair Massaro, what if we opened it here, we brought that input to the board workshop where we actually develop the advertisement, and then we keep it open, and the additional content that can then help drive your decision, but it wouldn't help drive the advertisement.
It's fine, I just know that's a big vacation
Okay.
time in this area because all the camps, that people have their kids in camps right now, and that they're closed. So that's when they target their vacation right before.
Do you have a thought, John?
No, I would agree, because the information needed for the ad is really the minimum and preferred qualifications, and really only the board should set that. And that may be driven somewhat by your current job description for superintendent, and we know you have one. So you might want to, and one of the things we'll talk about is going back and looking at that job description to make sure what you have approved as a board is going to match up with what you want to advertise.
And I will say the key element in that we find through the online survey is to what degree a community believes that the superintendent has to have been an educator. Because in some districts that is not a priority, in some districts it is. You all, in your job description, are very clear that this person has to have been an educator, but not every district believes that. Some districts are willing to consider private industry or military or other business type experience. And so in the online survey, you'll get a feel for how important people think that particular element is, whether you need to allow for other non-traditional candidates, or whether you say, nope, this has got to have been a person who's been an educator.
All right, so you want to start it on the 28th, which is fine, but then extend it to when? The 15th?
No, I didn't pick a date.
I'm just saying that's the next time.
Probably, do you want it to go through September 15th, which is when the advertisement period ends, or even
I think you could
middle
go into
of the
December. I think you could go into December, into September. I think you could go into September. Yeah. I
So the
think you could.
15th?
we could close it the same day the advertisement period ends, but we could
Yeah.
pull the data
Yeah, that'd be
August
fine.
11th so that we could develop.
Yeah, okay, that
Yeah.
makes more sense to me, and that gives these people
Yeah.
a fair opportunity. If they don't take advantage of it, that's on them, but we've expended it enough.
Okay.
That's great.
So our online survey will open on July 28th, and it will close on September 15th.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other concerns about the schedule as currently? I will say it will change from time to time based on, for example, well, for real example, which has happened to us, looking at the months that we're working on, there could be hurricane delays, meetings that get canceled, things like that. So what you'll see, notice on the bottom right, it says board approved and then revised. Once the board has approved it, we'll put a date in there, and then anytime there's a revision, there'll be a new date. And that's typically going to be inclement weather or some other unexpected something.
So what I will do when I update some of our dates and change the things we've talked about, I'll put, instead of board approved, I'll just put board consensus, date it today, and then if we revise it down the road, we'll have room to do that.
Perfect. All right.
Yes, one thing here, I was just looking at for November, for the approval. Is that the week of Thanksgiving week, the 21st?
Yes, I think that's already listed as your board meeting date.
That's our board meeting
Is
day.
it? Okay, I was gonna see if we could move that date for that meeting to the 28th.
I'm not weighing in on that, that's between you all.
Yeah, that wouldn't affect us at all. That'd be fine.
I'd be fine with that. Staff would probably love that.
Yeah.
We have the ability to move it from the standpoint of we're not under the constraints of the requirement.
Non-election year.
It is a
Right.
non-election year, so you
So
do
we-
have that ability. You do still have to do your reorg meeting, but you would just be doing it a week later.
28th.
The 28th.
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
So we could do it on the 28th.
You can, absolutely, because like I said, it's not, you're not held to the same constraints as you are typically held to when it's an election year, when you have to install your new board members and you are constrained by when those must take place. So it's an off year.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it.
No, that's just approving the contract. That gives them
That's
the
just approving the
negotiation time.
contract, yeah.
The selection is on the 7th.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see what you did.
No problem.
Okay, so you're wanting it moved to the 28th because
Yeah, we're
we'll
going
need to
to-
just
We'll move the
notice
board
that.
meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need to notice that.
Yeah, so
both-
that's gotta get
both-
changed in our
both
calendar.
meetings for-
And that works. I mean, that can be fine.
I'm sorry, both meetings?
Well, the workshop,
the regular-
Regular and our night meeting.
and
It's two
the
meetings.
business meeting.
Oh, you mean the 1 o'clock
Right.
workshop?
Yeah, the
Right,
1
right.
o'clock and the.
Gotcha. I thought you were talking about the November 7th.
No.
That's what I thought too when he first said it.
Yeah,
Wait, what do you mean?
That's what I thought, yeah.
Okay, so that still works.
Yeah, that still works for
I
us.
go to
That-
28, that's
The
all.
only thing that changes is the date that the contract will come before the board, because you will have already selected on November the 7th.
Okay.
And then your attorney and board chair will typically do that
That
particular
all works.
negotiation.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so if there are no other questions on the timeline as of today, which doesn't mean we can't still have questions later,
Okay.
now I'll let you go into the portal. I just didn't want to miss if somebody had a timeline question.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead, John. Why don't you talk a little bit about the website portal? Have worked with Ryan, and he's the best. So
Does a great job.
he does a
There
great
you go.
job. So John will talk a little bit about how we like to have that available to the community.
Right, as basically with this updated timeline, or again, our first consensus timeline, it really is the first document that we would suggest putting on your superintendent search portal, because you'll begin getting questions now from the public and staff about what are we doing about the superintendent search. We advertise the search portal through your PR folks and Ryan, to really get everyone out there kind of accustomed to looking at your superintendent search website portal that will be up and running. It will more or less be a living, breathing site. We'll add the timeline is usually the first document. We keep adding materials to that. For an example, when the applications start coming in, we'll have a site on the portal that would be applicants. The first applicant, excuse me, that comes in will be deemed applicant number 1, Mr. John Smith. Applicant number 2, Ms. Dr. Mary Smith. We keep all the applications up. As soon as the board gets them, that these are your first 2 applicants, then the next day we'll post to the website. We like the board to get the applicants first. When you identify semifinalists, we would have a site for semifinalists for the public to access. It would be, again, the open link, backing up a little bit, since Andrew got me back on track. The online survey, we'll advertise that. That will be the site that they can get the online survey. The advisory committee, the work that they do. It just will be a site where, as we move through this timeline and address these various topics, that what would be considered public information, we'll put on that site as well to keep the community informed.
Okay, that's good.
And
That's great.
we can't, it's not live yet, right?
No.
Okay.
Well, if I know your guy, it probably is getting ready to be, but
Yeah.
no, it's not. We haven't talked to him
Yeah.
yet. But we do have like a checklist of items that will continue to go up there. And that's where everyone will go. And I will say, some districts, we've gotten phone calls from communities. We just recently completed 4 searches, like almost simultaneously. And there are some other districts, we just didn't have the bandwidth and we couldn't do all the searches. So some other districts were having a search at the same time. And people couldn't find things on their website, and they were calling us and asking for it. We said, we're not doing that search. We don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So having this portal, we know, makes a difference, because we get calls from people in other communities saying, I see it on that district's, but why isn't it on ours? And can't help you.
Good to know.
And another thing, we just got a copy of this today. I don't know if this is the latest document or not, but this is a one-pager actually, but whether that should be on the portal or whether that's actually on the website, because people will start looking at the district. And I think this gives it, in just 2 pages, a lot of good information.
And this particular document would be the kind of thing that when we certainly go out and recruit people that we think might be interested or might be a good fit, and say, hey, you might want to consider applying. So when I have a database that I manage that, identifies certain things. When I send a link to your application, this would be something I would also attach to that, because this is the kind of thing we really want to get out in front of you. Sure. Bill, I'll let you talk about the job description quickly.
Sure. Because we're on a fast track, the pre-search discussion we're going to have is going to be very important. And we like to focus that on the strategic plan. And I see you have 6 elements to your strategic plan. So if you can, before July 18th, look through the plan, and that'll help us. And then what we try to do is we'll try to draft up some qualities and characteristics that you're looking for in the superintendent. Because we won't have the survey completed at that time, we're going to really rely on what the board gives us. And I looked at the qualities and characteristics of your last search. That document's available. And then I also went ahead and looked at your last one-page job description that you have, and the advertisement that you posted, and looked at that. But things have probably changed a lot since then. So what we'll do then is, what I'll do is after our pre-search interview, I'll try to draft up what I have heard from the board and give it to you for final approval. For example, already today I heard that you're going to look for somebody that has some experience with alternative programming and maybe Tier 3 programs for students, and also for dealing with some exceptional students, especially in elementary school that may not have a program, and different aspects like that. So those are some of the things that's one of the things that I've heard that really is a priority for you, so we'll do that. I also looked at your old job description that you have, and I know Mrs. Gavin has already provided that a copy. Some of the districts don't even have a job description for the superintendent. They just rely on the statute. And I want to make sure that this job description is not restrictive for when you set your qualifications. The third point, and Andrea brought it up a little bit earlier, was that this really does not permit someone with a non-traditional background or a business experience from applying. And so what I was going to do is, Mrs. Gavin, if you have any individual input, give it to Mrs. Gavin. I'll try to work with her, and we'll kind of redraft this for your consideration at the next meeting, because what we don't want to do is we don't want this to conflict with what you're going to advertise as far as the qualifications. And we also don't want someone to look at this and feel that, well, they're not even going to apply because they're not going to be able to meet this. So we'll be working on that also. Any questions about those areas? Yes.
From a state statute standpoint, is there anything state law-wise that we could not hire somebody who does not have an administrative degree or?
No, there's nothing at all. You have total flexibility. And what some of the boards have, and what some of the board attorneys have said is, it's better to rely on the statutes because then it's less confusing than a regular job description. So, but that's something that Mrs. Gavin can advise you on, because that's something that the board really has to approve. That's just something we could provide some input to you on.
I want to remind you, Sally, that most superintendents in Florida are elected.
Right.
And as elected,
there's no requirements.
Well, they have to be a registered voter.
Sure.
Right. But besides that, correct.
So no requirements.
Right.
Well, so boards in an appointed district get to decide what those qualifications are going to be.
Okay.
Andrew, do you know the percentage of how many are from education and how many aren't, roughly?
Oh, well, here's what's interesting. Many boards with whom we have worked have said they're open to a non-traditional candidate. And in fact, in Brevard, we had a semi-finalist that had no education background. But typically, even when they're open to non-traditional candidates, they typically hire someone in an education background.
I thought so, I just wanted to.
I will say this, if you're interested in a non-traditional candidate, it does cost a little bit more money because you're talking about somebody that's used to private industry. And so there are different salary that would require pulling somebody from that. But for that reason, if you look, for example, at your job description number 2, you've got master's degree in school administration, ed leadership, school principal, or professional school principal. It doesn't say or equivalent. It doesn't say or commensurate. So if somebody had an MBA, they would look at this and think that they might not qualify, when in fact you might think that they would. So we're just talking about loosening the language a little bit so that people don't see it and opt out, that they look at it and go, oh, I think I might qualify, and stay interested and stay willing to consider it.
Okay.
What we do is we encourage the qualifications to be as general and as possible, as broad as possible, to attract the largest number of applicants, because that gives the board the most flexibility and the most options. And the board members in our searches see all of the applicants. So you see every single person that applies, whether they meet the qualifications that we eventually set or not. And we will have minimum qualifications, and we will have preferred qualifications. And really, in focusing on what Andrea said, on our last search, the individual who was hired had an MBA and an educational doctorate, had both experiences. So there are people out there that have both experiences too, but we just want to make sure that we don't do anything that's limiting when the board is doing their search.
Yeah, and I briefly want to touch on the idea of limiting the pool, because we want to keep the pool as large as we can, as long as we can. We want more people to stay interested. We want as many people as your community advisory group thinks that qualify and that the board should continue to consider. And we also don't want, as board members, we don't want you to rule people out early. We want you to kind of keep your options open as long as you can. It's a very competitive market right now for superintendent finalists, applicants, candidates, whatever you want to call these people. There have been, by current count in one newspaper this week, they said 60 out of 65 superintendents have turned over. I think that number's high, but that includes the elected as well as the appointed. But there's certainly
61 out of 67.
Yeah, out of past 3
there's a lot.
years.
And so we want to keep, we believe that your district is an appealing district for a number of reasons, not least of which is your beautiful location, not least of which is your professional staff. I mean, there's a number of reasons why you're an appealing district, but you're also a smaller district, and as a smaller district, you're probably not going to have the salary, for example, that your friends to the north are going to be able to offer, because that's a whole different district, whole different skill set. We wouldn't see, very likely, we would not see the same people apply for Duval that we would see in Flagler. It's a different, somebody who is looking for the challenges that a more urban district has isn't necessarily, that doesn't mean they wouldn't, but typically it would be a different type of candidate that would apply here than would apply in Duval. But we want to keep the options open as broad and as wide as we can for as long as we can.
Andrea, looking at in our packet, looking at the last job description that we had from 2017, and looking at the salary range, do you all recommend a particular range for us to consider and think about?
Yeah, we will be, I have been maintaining the current salaries that are being negotiated right now and voted on as they're coming in. So when we get to that meeting, let's see, Sarasota will have additional salary because they will have locked in with their person. Broward probably will have an additional salary, and that will help guide us. We have a matrix that we show all of the elected superintendents, student count, size of budget. I think it has number of employees, blah, 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 and then it has the salary.
Okay.
Now, just so you know, because the salaries have been changing so quickly because of all the hires, there'll actually be 2 columns, and I'm letting you know in advance. One column comes from the annual report that school districts turn into
Yes.
the DOE, because that's data we can point to and everyone has the same data. The other column will have the newly
salaries.
negotiated salaries as they've been rolling in. And I'm still waiting on Broward and Sarasota. I think those will be the last two. Are we waiting on any others? Osceola.
Osceola we're waiting on.
Yeah, so when
Are
those numbers come
seeing
in.
kind of a steady increase?
Oh, absolutely.
Major
No doubt,
increase.
no doubt.
Major.
Yeah,
No doubt.
major increase, yeah.
It's
That's
probably
what I've
gonna
seen.
cost you, well, I don't wanna speculate, but you do need to buckle up. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
It's substantially, yeah.
It's substantially higher than you advertised the last time.
Oh, yeah.
What they're coming, even smaller districts.
Board, one thing though is we will have to have a specific conversation. We will have to also be tying it to the number of students we have, our population, all of that. We have to spread that across our minutes because we will be audited on the salary that we are proposing with the auditors.
Sure.
Because that is something that I remember 3 superintendents ago, the auditors questioned as
That's
to
our-
my pointing to where it was discussed within our minutes.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, it's where it's
We'll do that.
discussed,
Yes.
right.
Right.
And so you'll also wanna look at, for example, other districts' recent hires, you'll wanna look at other chief
Surrounding
executives in
areas.
yeah, exactly. So there'll be some contextual things that aren't locked in until we have that, in a month from now, the numbers will change from what they are today,
Right.
okay?
Andrea, in this space, do school districts do things by way of sign-on bonus, relocation package, or is it
Yes.
just kind of more of a salary?
No,
Yes,
no,
no.
there's, John or Bill, I'll let you talk to
Yeah,
that.
yeah. We'll provide a whole list of compensation options for superintendents, but there are relocation opportunities that you can look at, bonuses, pay for performance, usually travel expenses, usually start with the current.
So we'll be building
Yeah.
as a
Yeah.
board
Right.
that in kind of holistic.
Right,
look at
and what we'll do, and
compensation.
we'll work with Mrs. Gavin on that, and she'll provide you a copy with the current superintendent's contract, and we will work on that. But we'll be able to go, we'll
We did
provide
that
all
once.
for
We
you.
had a superintendent who relocated here from Washington State.
Yeah.
We covered
There,
those
at somewhere
relocation.
along the line here, there is an opportunity, the board really does need to discuss contract parameters as a board before you even get your finalists, before you know who you're talking about, and that will give
Yeah.
your chair and your attorney sort of the space in which to negotiate. Some finalists prefer salary, maybe they have young kids that are gonna go to college, and some prefer deferred deferred compensation. So there's different pieces that come into play during a negotiation, but the board will want to give those who are gonna be negotiating on your behalf sort of some boundaries within which you can work.
John already has it on the timeline.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what I
and
thought.
I was gonna kind of wrap up, Andrew, with timeline that once I kind of revise this and we get it on the website, if you're kind of wondering, okay, what are we gonna discuss at our next meeting about the superintendent search? We'll pretty much follow the items that are on the right side here and maybe add a few things. So if you want to kind of know, okay, when do we talk about the advisory committee? It's listed here. And with looking over this, I failed to discuss one thing today, is the application packet that you want submitted from your candidates of interest. We typically would request that they provide a cover letter to their current updated resume, no more than 3 professional references, because you don't want references to come in at 15 and 20 and the references are 12 years old. So you get a cover letter, you get a resume, 3 references, and then a copy of their college transcripts reflecting the highest degree held. Copies are fine for the application. As we get further, if we need to validate with an official set of transcripts, we'll do that.
And then briefly, I'll let Bill talk briefly to the vetting of semifinalists, because I think it's important that you know how some vetting will occur. And then I want to close by talking about the survey. So Bill?
Sure. What will happen, as soon as the applications start coming in, we start doing a review of the applicants. And one thing that's really nice is because they're all posted on the website. Excuse me.
See, that's why we have the web. There you go.
Must be something in the air.
Because they're all posted on the website, We get a lot of input from the community. Board members can look at it, the applicants, and board members can check with other board members. And we do a preliminary review of all of the applicants. And then when semi-finalists are selected, we utilize Green Spoon Martyr, a law firm in Orlando, and they do an in-depth background search of every one of the applicants. And they provide their results to Mrs. Gavin, who reviews those with the board members, so we have all that information. We also check databases that are available through the Department of Education of any individuals that might have pending actions against them, and also those that may have past actions against them. And board members are provided with all that information too. So during that process, when you go into your finalist selection, you have all of that information about all of the applicants. We also request that their final evaluation be turned in when they submit information as semifinalists, so you have that information also too. So we really feel like we have a pretty solid process to do background checking on that.
And I don't know why, because I know it's stated somewhere on
the Sunshine Law.
Well, the Sunshine Law, but yes, just so that out-of-state applicants are aware, because every time it happens,
yes.
somebody applies from out-of-state,
Yep.
never mentioned it to their employer, and it's in the paper.
The problem is Florida sunshine laws are different than sunshine laws in other states. And even though it says Florida has a very, rigid sunshine law, please be
They
sure
probably
and
don't even
click here.
know what sunshine law
In
is.
their mind, they're thinking of the sunshine law in their state, which in many times conceals the names of executive applicants until the finalists. And even though we say Florida's law is very different from other states, but they in their mind they
just
hear.
say all submitted information is
We have
public
it.
record?
Here's what it
like
says.
really big red?
Here's what it says at the bottom of our one-page ad. In yellow, all resumes, applications, and other materials submitted for this position are subject to the Florida Public Records Act and Government of Sunshine provisions of Florida law. Resumes, applications, and other materials cannot be held in confidence.
And I added, because even with that,
Will be
we had
public.
somebody who withdrew because their board chair found out from out of state.
Yep.
Since I receive applications, every response that I have acknowledging the receipt of an application or saying you're missing your transcripts, at the end of my email, I have a big bold yellow same statement. So if I communicate with an applicant 5 times from Kentucky, they have 5 notices of Florida sunshine requirements.
Is there, I'm not trying to be ridiculous, is there a way to move it up? As someone who doesn't always finish the whole thing, is there a way to move it up? Is there a way to
Maybe we
use
can.
the words public record?
Yeah, we can move that
Sure,
up.
we can move it around. Sure.
Yeah.
Or will be shared with the media.
Well,
you
here's
know,
what I'll tell you.
something. Because it happens every time.
Our experience is that not as many out-of-state applicants are applying to Florida right now.
Yeah.
And there's just uncertainty in the position of superintendent. That's just a reality across the state, across the nation. It's not unique to Florida, it's all over the country. And so there's some hesitation in uncertainty and uncertain times. So some people will have no problem, apply, no issue. Others are kind of putting a pause on it for a year or two to see if things start to calm down in the education industry. So, we don't know. We had some, Osceola was our most, of the 4 searches we did, Osceola was the last of the 4. We were very concerned we weren't going to get some strong applicants because it was the 4th one, but we actually had some very strong applicants there. So it really just depends on the district and what you guys have to offer and what you're interested in. I want to briefly talk, I know you have a time certain, 5 o'clock, so I want to hurry up here. Last time your survey focused on the following items. I would like to send you a copy of the survey from before, as well as send you a copy of some suggested additions to what you had before. But what you did before, and by the way, last time you only had 104 respondents. What I'm going to tell you is, as a reminder, that was long before COVID, and people are much more used to online surveys than they used to be, and so we're seeing participations in the hundreds and thousands now, where before we would get less than 100. people would rather do an online survey than come to a meeting now. And it didn't used to be that way, but that's the way we get more information now. So we specifically ask them to identify, and they can pick more than one. Community member, employee, business person, parent, or student. And they can pick multiple options from there. You guys had them before identify their zip codes so that you could identify what part of the county they were from. Then you have them they select their top 3 instructional leadership qualities that are most important for a superintendent, top 3 business and finance characteristics that are most important, and the top 3 relationship traits that you believe are most important. Then the last 2 questions, which are actually interesting for the board and for the new superintendent as they move forward, 2 or 3 strengths that Flagler schools exhibit, and 2 or 3 challenges that you're facing. And the really good applicants, when this gets posted online, goes through and reads those strengths, reads those challenges, comes to you when they're ready for an interview and says, listen, here's what I read from your community, here's what I know you need. So it's really instructive for you all moving forward about what the community's perception is, as well as the applicants. So I'll send you a copy of that. If you have any responses to that, as well as I'll indicate some suggested additions to it, which would just be, you guys gave them, when they were selecting the top 3, they were choosing the top 3 from 8 choices. We typically would give them maybe 10 or 12 or 15 choices, and then they would choose, if it's 15, they might choose the top 5, which, because there's more information coming in, helps to kind of filter things out. So we'll add to these categories. So that's what you'll see. But you had leadership qualities, business, business and finance characteristics, and then relationship traits, because those are sort of the boxes, the buckets of items for a superintendent's position. Thoughts, comments, questions, concerns?
No, it's going to be a wild ride. That's great.
I've got my follow-up list, which has 8 items on it, so we're ready to go.
We're ready to go.
Lots of information, good stuff.
I have one really quick thing. I think, John, maybe you spoke to this. If we, ATD is an organization I used to be a part of. Do you guys decide where we advertise? Do we give suggestions? Do we as a board have to vote on everywhere where we advertise? I don't know.
There are 5 groups that we typically use.
Recommend
To the board. It's, of course, Ed Week is the top one. That's your big results. American Association of School Administrators is second. We have Hispanic site, traditionally Hispanic applicants from that site. African American sites that we advertise in. And then there's one, FSBA, Florida School Board Association, because there are a lot of out-of-state applicants who look at the FSBA site, because that kind of pops up. So we have the 5 organizations. We certainly have advertised in other non-traditional sites, such as Indeed, but LinkedIn, we've done that, but I'll tell you, those are really passive job seekers. Sure. And you get data, you get applications for a cover letter from those 2 sites simply out of word association. So if we're advertising superintendent of schools with Indeed may see the word superintendent, and you're going to get an application from a construction superintendent.
Yeah.
So those 2 sites are really not productive for the cost. The 5 sites we do are fine. Now, if there are other non-traditional sites that you would like to, we certainly can talk about those when we bring it back.
I think we had a New York Times once that somebody wanted to post in, or
the
board will discuss the advertising.
So that's going to be in here?
Yes.
So if I would like to look into ATD,
yes,
I would bring it up.
Yes,
ma'am. At that point.
It is the association, it used to be ASTD, Talent Development. So anyway, it's... there's a lot of corporate professionals who have educational backgrounds, but have transitioned and to be great leaders of training and development.
It sounds like a really interesting.
Yeah, that's where I always went. They have a great job board.
Bring the information to the meeting too. Now we could contact
and we have other outlets that we use. I know we've worked with.
We notify all the superintendent organizations in every state and different superintendent leadership organizations we work with, Great City Schools and so forth.
The Broad Foundation, just a lot
Yeah.
of different places where typically people who want to be superintendents will look, but we're always open to new venues for sure. I'm looking at the time, and unless.
Good, well, thanks. Thank you very much
Okay.
for this. We'll
Any-
see
Great to
you
see
again, and
you
we'll
all
be in
again.
touch.
Thanks so
Thank you,
much.
Bill. Did
Appreciate
you
it.
give out our cards?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Oh,
He's
yes.
got a business card that has all 3 of our phone
Oh,
numbers and
perfect.
emails on it.
Our cell phones are on
Feel
there.
free to call. If we can't get back to you immediately, we'll always do it within 24 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Any questions that you have, no question too small. I do a lot of drive time, which is what I'm getting ready to do right now.
Yeah.
So I
Drive
call-
safely.
Thank you. I'll typically say, hey, I'm driving tomorrow between this time and this time. Is that a good time? And I try to line up my phone calls for when I'm driving to make the best use of my time.
We appreciate
Thank you.
all of you.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you, great seeing you.
Safe travels.
Okay, what am I gonna do with 1101?
Board of Work
School
Committee.
Board Policy 205?
We assume you're on.
Ms. Gavin?
Can we just move it to the next
So,
meeting?
I would propose that we move it to the next meeting, but Board, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just hand you a draft or the current policy, so that way you
Oh, I have
have
it,
it to
yeah.
take a
Yes,
look
yes.
at
I have it.
in hard copy form.
Yes.
And
Hard copy.
if you would, send me any recommendations, suggestions, or things, so that way when we do meet, and I apologize that we ran out of time and couldn't talk about this. It was a very ambitious thing to try and add this plus everything else that we had on today's agenda. But we'll push this to the July meeting, so it will be on for, yes ma'am?
Real quick, this is how our meetings are conducted, is that what that's?
Yes, this is how our meetings are conducted, absolutely.
We added quite a bit last year. At the end, you'll see all the stuff about, should we have to trespass people and things like that. That was all added last year.
This includes
So-
public comment, which I think was your.
Yeah, there's items in here, so public comment specifically is
That's what I
contained.
wanted to
I think that's
remind
worth
you.
it.
What was that, that was the reason why we brought this
Yeah,
up?
no, I don't know. Is that what it is?
Public comment, I think.
Public comment
Chrissy,
is
you wanna-
specifically on page 3, and it says, "Person addressing the school board during public comment sections of the meeting shall," blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
blah.
okay, section B.
So,
On page 3, section B.
so that is on
So
there.
that's what we want to really pay particular attention to.
But if there's anything else that you all want to take a look at, that's
Okay.
in here.
All right, so
Okay,
we have
so
that,
let me
that's
know.
homework. All
That'd be
right,
great.
I have one more, do we have any, that's going there.
We have no public.
Do we have any old business? Do we have any new business?
I'll bring mine up at the next meeting.
Okay, I have new business that we need to, it should be relatively quick. The Florida School Board Association, we need to elect our FSBA advocacy and alternate committee members. And we need to get, I need to get them to them as soon as possible, believe it or not. So, our current representative, Sally, you are the representative, and Will, you are the alternate. I don't know if you all knew that, but you are. Okay, we elected them in November. So the idea is that they have to be participant in this committee at a statewide representation, interaction with policymakers and stakeholders to promote public education, the opportunity to be considered to serve on the legislative and federal committees, monthly meetings and additional meetings for subcommittees, advocacy and communication leadership, and reporting advocacy efforts back to your respective boards. Those are the duties, okay? So I need nominations. Well, how, I can just do this,
Is this for the
or does this have to
coming,
be at night? How do we do this?
So this needs to be at night. When is this due to be submitted to the FSBA?
Doesn't, by September, we're good, by
Yeah, you
September
got time.
1st.
So
we have to
just-
put this on,
We'll put this on to the July
July.
meeting
Is this just like
for.
every year we change it?
yes.
Yeah,
but-
summertime,
but-
they always.
But they want,
they're
yeah, they
looking
want to
for
get
their
theirs done, so they know,
Okay.
they're gonna start work in August, which doesn't make, the advocacy committee will begin work in early August, and will be appointing its legislative and federal, so we really need it.
No, so you'll be fine. We'll put this on the July meeting.
we'll be
You'll
good.
have people named,
July.
and then they would know that they need to be available for the August meeting.
Okay,
And
so-
I will not be looking to continue that, so.
Okay, well, then we have an opening.
I would love to.
And those are the things that you have to think about. and we'll get nominations, and we'll open it up, and then officially, and just get it done.
So will those,
July.
will that be put in the board docs to the?
It'll be on the-
description?
It'll be on the agenda for the
It'll be on
July.
the agenda, yeah.
But I
Yes.
meant what you just read there?
No,
Yeah.
this
We
letter is
can-
to me.
yes, yes.
Add that in there, just so
Yes,
we can
we'll
review
put it in there, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have to find it, but yes.
Yes, we can add that in there.
So there's consensus for Will
Yeah.
and Christie.
I don't care which one.
I'm
Well,
sharing
Will was
the-
alternate too.
Yeah, I just want
so-
to, I just want to reacquaint, because you read it so fast, I don't remember the duties, I just got to make sure.
Yeah, I know, I will send it,
You really
I just have to get out my
Yeah,
email, I will
just-
send it to
We
you.
haven't engaged that yet, so
Okay.
I'm like, it's just coming back around again.
Okay, all right. There were no public comments, did you say?
There's nobody here.
Have you gone?
Okay. Is there any other, closing comments, anybody?
No.
All right, then I'm going to officially adjourn this meeting and go downstairs and recognize our retirees. Very